I have a jingle in my mouth. Probably for my breakfast. But what is up, chat? Hello. Made her brag about this day. No, she did it actually 2 days before Mother's Day on Friday. So, of her own volition, she offered. MP Sharky, thank you for the 35. Resubscription. Much appreciated. Hold on. Sorry. Open up my chat right now. What did I miss? I've been gone for like 3 days. I've been gone for like 3 days. Ugh. What has been going on in the world? Besides the obvious. Excuse me. Wife has finals this week. Ew. Finals. Imagine being back in school. Couldn't be me. I have a few things. I have this James Charles video. He's playing Marty Taylor Green AOC things from the beginning. I will be doing that as well. This is from what I saw of it. I'm not like tapped in at the current moment. I've been tapped out.
Thank you for the Sean today, Sean Clappy.
All right, Daddy, I'll think for the 14 months. Jarvis dropped the whole video. It was so disgusting. It's so crazy. We'll just start with that because it's like not serious news or whatever. Trying to find what else. What else has been going on? Video was horrible. The first solicited apology was gross as well. Remember when Ethan Klein thought he did something? Oh, with like the billboard thing. I watched the Mika video on James Charles yet, but I'm open to hear about it. Basically, he made a video unprompted, being like, "Oh, this poor person asked me for money to crowdfund. What are you, poor or something?" That's kind of the gist of the video that he made.
The Jordan Beard situation has
yeah, why don't you get a job and stop being lazy? It was crazy for like a rich person to say. Maybe watch the John Oliver video, because why not? We will be talking about what's it called? AOC in company today. But how are y'all doing? What's going on? What is going on? Can I also say, hot take maybe, I don't like Ryan Grimm. Like, I think he gets a lot of credit just for like, doing like good journalism. But like, he kind of sucks. He loves Plattner. Not even just that he loves Plattner. He's a very good reporter. I mean, sure. But like, it's not even like just about him liking Plattner or whatever. It's that he just has a very white perspective and doesn't really care to change it, and nobody ever pushes him on it. Does that make sense? But that's most white leftists. He's a vibe of the worst, Kyle Klinsky. I mean, Kyle Klinsky has the same problem. He's a white leftist as well, right? Well, a lot of white leftists, not all, a lot of white leftists have an overlapping problem with the way they conduct themselves, which we'll be talking about a little bit today with the AOC Marjorie Taylor Greene thing. Because I think that everybody is wrong about AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Green's pretty libbed up, though, no. I don't know if I'll call him libbed up, per se. I think he's libbed up on certain issues. As in, he'll, like... I don't know. It's... I wouldn't even describe it as libbed up. He's just a white leftist, right? And the white part is, like, italicized in this dynamic. To hear about how he talked to a young woman raising concerns about red pill boys she went to school with and experience. I did not see that. We're gonna have Grandpa on a Power Hour. Actually, no, we're not. We're talking about AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene mostly. It's the same conversation, but I think slightly worse. I think people are stupid. So we're gonna cover that. I think everybody's wrong about that. But first, we're gonna start with James Charles just to ease us in. We're gonna start with James Charles to ease us in. And then we're going to continue. As I mentioned last week, is in the stream discussions page in Discord. I don't want to be pushy, so I'm not going to bring it up again. No, you're fine to bring it up again. Especially if I forget. Yeah, I want to get through James Charles and then get through Marjorie Taylor Greene. And then we'll discuss it. And I also want to talk about voting. And like the Voting Rights Act in Tennessee and Louisiana and what's going on with that. And how, honestly, I don't think voting is going to fix the current state of society that we're in. I think people are very much overemphasizing how impactful, like, getting like progressives elected is going to like change the state of society or whatever, you know? And we're gonna talk about that as well. But we're gonna start with James Charles today, if you will let me indulge in a bit of drama, little bit of drama. This is Charlie. Throughout that chance after COVID, I can write a dissertation on this. I even think COVID was like not too late, but like I think voting and like trying to like change the state of society from within is a bit of a fool's errand, in my personal opinion. But like, it was definitely a lot more realistic before COVID. Like now, you see like the courts overturning like voting rights and other constitutional rights. And the Democrats are like, well, the court said it's so it's so. And like, I don't see like 5 progressives like being in office, like changing that dynamic. I don't even think you put like the most progressive politicians in the seats of like the Virginia State House that they're going to defy the courts, you know? Genuinely. Because like they do things based on normalcy, right? That's why they got elected, to work within the system. Why would they break the system? People have this expectation. It's like, oh no, once we get my favorite politician in, then when something happens, they'll break out of the system and then they'll change it. And then I'm just like, why would they do that? They chose to engage with the system directly. Right? It's like, I don't think if the entire like Tennessee State House was like leftist or whatever, I don't think they would ignore the court's ruling, because that's not what you do when you engage in the system. But we'll get into that later. We'll start with James Charles though. Enjoy, gosh darn freaking James Charles.
A name today that I haven't heard in many moons. Had me feeling like Robin Williams when he crawled out of Jumanji asking what year it is. That name? James Charles.
I just got a DM on here from a girl that said, "Good morning, James. I know you'll probably never see this, but If you could just take 1 minute to read it, would really mean a lot to me. I'm really struggling right now because Spirit Airlines just filed for bankruptcy and I have lost my job. Here's the GoFundMe link. Any donations help. I'm sure they do, sweetheart. I'm sure they do. You know what else would help you? Getting another job.
What a yucky douchebag. This is like cartoon villain level evil monologue here.
Like, and like, you don't have to like give people who like ask you for money, but like, why make the video? Like, I don't understand what he thought that he was going to do or what he was trying to do with making the video. Like, did he just want to clap back because like, just cause? I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. Give people while they're down, but like, the things honest would be like, yeah, go James, dunk on that poor person.
Oh, no money, huh? No money? Bang, shrink ray. Now you're short too. Like that kind of thing. It's so over the top, stinking, oozing assholery. I cannot believe his delusional mind thought this was a good idea or like a strong look or a
Also, I just thought about this. Remember when we talked about last stream with like the TikTokification of the influencerification of TikTok or whatever, like that video. Charlie kind of does that. He's not exempt from like that dynamic. He kind of gets away with it because he's more normie focused. But like it's kind of that exact kind of concept where it's like, you know, pretty like low effort, like this is kind of what I just saw today. Let me just say why this is like, you know, but again, I do think that it's fine from an entertainment value. But I maybe think like that kind of also applies to Charlie.
worthwhile dunk to be punching down on someone who's already fallen on hard times after losing their job, and they reached out to you in this desperate situation because clearly they have an appreciation of you. So they threw the Hail Mary, seeing what happens. I doubt they were expecting this kind of response. Now, of course, there is always the chance that it is fraudulent. There are so many fake GoFundMes out there, so there's always a chance that all of it is fucking fiddlesticks. It could all be baloney. I have no way of knowing that. I only have James Charles fucking Gangnam styling on this person and insulting them for it to go on, which leads me to believe that it might be real, because if it was just fake, obviously just a sham, why would he even be bothering to crash out for over 2 minutes about it? So I'm going to work under the assumption that this is a real person that has reached out about it. You could have just not responded. Like, that was also an option. You didn't need to come over here and start, like, spitting and dunking on him. Like, how dare you even message me asking for help? Are you out of your fucking mind? I'm James Charles, goddamn.
Yeah, and I saw a tweet that actually made a lot of sense to me. It was a quote tweet to a tweet that said Luigi Mangione made like $1 million in like GoFundMe dollars or whatever, like crowdsourced donations for his birthday or something. And somebody said, this is why I would never feel bad about asking for money, because the money's out there. Y'all just choose who you give it to. I'm just like, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense, because people are fine with giving money for like stupid causes and to celebrities. But like, dare ask that celebrity for a little bit of help in return, then you're like public enemy number one. And James Charles was just like, why don't you get a job, sweetie? And like, why don't you get a job? You know what I mean? Like, your job is only a job because of them. Because of the people who give you money. Like, that's it. So, like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Damn it. And is there anything ickier than someone that has a job like James Charles telling someone else to get a job, preaching that they need to get a job? Brother, this former Spirit Airlines worker is a 10 times harder worker and has done 10 times as much labor as you ever have in your life. James Charles' entire career has been just farting out dog shit products and posting cringe videos, and he couldn't even do that without also trying to sext minors. So how dare you try and tell an actual hardworking American to go get a job as if you've done anything worthwhile and you've done like actual work.
True.
You got the easiest fucking job in life. You got dealt a very lucky hand, bro. This is so tasteless. It's so crude. Coming from James Charles of all people. So you've never been in a desperate...
I mean, if you have the actual rant, we'll watch the entire rant without the Charlie commentary. He's right about it, but like, I do want to see the actual like full rant. But I don't really want to search up James Charles on Twitter because Lord knows what's going to pop up. Here, what if I just type in James Charles rant? Maybe that's specific enough. No, not James Charles leaked freaking Twitter. Yeah, I found the video. I will assume everybody looking up James Charles leaked was just looking for this video specifically because it was deleted, assumedly.
I just got a DM on here from a girl that said, "Good morning, James. I know you'll probably never see this, but if you could just take 1 minute to read it would really mean a lot to me. I'm really struggling right now because Spirit Airlines just filed for bankruptcy and I have lost my job. Here's a GoFundMe link. Any donations help." I'm sure they do, sweetheart. I'm sure they do. You know what else would help you? Getting another job. Yeah, try that. Because in the time that it took you to copy and paste the same fuck-ass message to myself, who you don't follow, by the way, and probably 100 other influencers and celebrities, you could have applied for 100 other jobs, but you didn't because you're a lazy piece of shit and you're entitled.
This is just so crazy to say as an influencer. I don't know why he thought this would make him look good. He's calling someone with an actual job entitled. Also, like, nothing to even say about the fact that this person, right, assuming that this actually happened, he's not lying about this, which would make it even stupider, honestly. Nothing to say this person isn't going to like actually look for employment. Nothing in this message was like, "James, I'm lazy and don't want a job. Please give me money, please." It's like, I just got fired from Spirit Airlines because I worked at Spirit Airlines and they just went under, as everybody knows at this point, like last week. Do you mind, like, you know, sharing my GoFundMe link to help out? No, nowhere in this message where they're just like, "I'm never going to work again. Please just support me like a charity case." Like, it kind of just betrays how he feels about poor people in general. You know what I mean? It's just like him just getting that message and being like, "Oh, you're probably like a lazy bum who doesn't want to work." Or what? Like, it kind of shows exactly what he feels about poor people.
And you think that influencers and celebrities should fund your life for you. Why?
Like, who do you think funds the influencer and celebrities' lives? To be fair, he'll be like, "Not this person, that they don't follow me. This person isn't funding my life. They don't even follow me." Like, that's what his biggest beef is. Like, maybe if you followed me on, then I'd actually give you a few dollars.
Why would I ever help you? You're not a fan. You don't even follow me. You've never supported me. This is your first time DMing. And you think that I'm going to send you money because you lost your job? Oh my God. Welcome to the real world, sweetheart.
It's so insane to say this as an influencer. Like, you're an influencer, bro. You don't live in the real world. He understands. We as like internet personalities do not live in the real world. We live in a fantasy scape of people being willing to give us money for entertainment or whatever. Right? You're infinitely lucky to be in that position in the first place. And when somebody's like, hey, I actually do live in the real world and I just lost my job, can you help out? Right? You're just like, sweetie, just get another job. Like, why don't you just do that? Like, it's so simple. Just get another job. Like, if I lose my job, then I would just get another, brand deal or whatever. If I lost a brand deal, I just find another one. If I lost 10 followers, I get 10 more followers. See, it's easy. Why don't you just do it? Like, because he said in the time that it takes you to copy and paste that message to like 100 influencers, you could apply for 100 jobs. That's not true. And I also don't think James Charles has ever worked another job in his life, to be entirely fair. Because you would understand, even if you worked at McDonald's or whatever, that you cannot apply for 100 jobs in the same time and send 100 messages. Applying for jobs takes time, especially if it's a job like working at an airline. If you are a flight attendant or a pilot or something, or if you have like a specialized job, like you're a mechanic, like you're going to be like tailoring your CV to like whatever job you're applying for. You're going to be writing cover letters. You're going to be filling out applications. Like, he thinks it's just like, oh, just go and one click apply on LinkedIn. Go one click apply on LinkedIn to 100 jobs. It's so simple. It's so easy. Like, that's not how jobs work. This is why influencers should be forced to work regular jobs. I stand on that.
People lose their jobs every fucking day, and you're white, pretty, and able-bodied. You're in a much better...
What? You don't know this person. Did he like scroll through their profile? Was like, you're white, you're pretty, you're able-bodied, you'll be fine. Like,
better position than a lot of other people out here who are trying clearly much harder to make a better life for themselves. Why would I...
That's insane, bro. That's crazy. He's saying that you must be he must be a black, indigenous, disabled, neurodivergent, queer, trans person to even ask for assistance online. If you're not insert every single marginalization, you could never ask for help ever. Is kind of a crazy. It's kind of a crazy like position to have, right? Am I? It's literally just, this is just conservative think, but like tailored in like maybe like slight like liberal language, right? It's like, well, you have 2 working arms, 2 working legs. Go out and go hustle and bustle, get yourself a job, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And I don't see why you can't get a job anyway. You say the job market's bad? Nobody's hiring? Well, have you considered the fact that like you're just not trying hard enough? You're lazy. You're looking for handouts.
fucking help you? Aside from that, 17,000 people lost their jobs at Spirit Airlines. Why do you think you need the GoFundMe? I can at least...
I don't get this. I don't understand what is he trying to say. He's like, listen, I need to be the person to tell you this because I'm the only real person in the room. You're lazy and you're a bum. You need to just go get help. You know, caught this dystopia pedal. It was caught last month, technically 15-year-old. Last month?
least like 1% respect the mentality of closed mouths don't get fed, doesn't hurt to try. But honestly, it does hurt to try because now you pissed me off, okay? I'm not the one. Go find fucking Mr. Reese. This is literally his entire shtick. I'm sure the next YouTube video is literally gonna be like, I rehired all 17,000 of the Spirit Airlines employees, and it's gonna be the real life Hunger Games, the last one of them to leave the Spirit Airlines.
I remember the one forever ago because that's what Charlie showed. But like, he's like, last month is crazy. Like, that's this was posted last month. So like, he ended this video and he went to go text minors. Like,
plane, gets to be the CEO of the new company, and gets a house and a car and $10 million, then everybody else dies.
The point is basically like, hey, everybody go point and laugh at this poor person. Literally, that's it. The point is, hey, everybody, point and laugh at this poor person. They think they actually deserve to live. And he thought everybody would be laughing along with him, right? Saying, everybody point and laugh at this poor person.
Like, go find that video to compete in, baby. I'm not helping you. I'm not fucking helping you. All you did was lost your job, okay? Welcome to the real world. I can at least understand if you were like, James, I'm a longtime fan. Here's a trillion years of DMs and my support for you. I love you. I'm suffering with a really
Oh, yeah, you should,
rare genetic disease that there is no...
Okay, sure. So, okay. So first, okay, also, I love the fact that it wasn't even the rare genetic disease thing. Right, so if it was a kid with cancer, he'll be like, do you follow me, though? Yes, Johnny, I know you're going through chemo, but, like, do you follow me, though? Let me see if you follow me first before I donate to your chemotherapy. Yeah, have you followed me for the past decade? He's like, James, I'm 12. I'm 12. I would have been 2 years old. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You just will follow me since you were 2 years old. There's not a decade of DM from you to me. Fake fan.
cure for it. I'm trying to raise money for myself and other people that have this. Maybe I would help. Maybe I would help because
even that's a maybe. Even in that situation, it's a maybe, right? If it was a long time fan with a genetic, rare genetic disorder, and like they were raising money for themselves and other people with it, maybe he'll help potentially. That will maybe get him off the couch. Not yet opening his wallet, but he's intrigued at that point.
I love you and I appreciate you. This bitch, you lost your fucking job? What are we gonna do? Nothing! I'm gonna do nothing. You know what you need to do? Go find a fucking new one, girl. Put some effort.
I don't understand why he made this. I don't get it.
Into the workplace.
So someone said there's just 3 videos. That's video number 1. So he apparently had an apology where he's like naked in bed for some reason. Put some clothes on. Gosh, he's always naked. Why does he not wear any clothes?
Yesterday morning, I posted a video on this account.
So this is his apology. There's a deleted apology where he doubles down. Oh, okay. There's 2 apologies. Okay. This is the 3rd one. This is the 2nd one.
Content creators are using like the 5-second clip in the very beginning where I'm like, you're a lazy piece of shit, get a new job, to upload their cute little think pieces being like, influencers are all so out of touch. This is so disgusting. You don't know how hard it is in the job market these days. Oh my God, give me a fucking break. Welcome to the real world. It's fucking hard out there. Nobody owes anybody anything. The universe will constantly remind you of that. And a little bit of effort goes a really, really long way sometimes.
Bro, he's like posting this naked from his, like, I don't know, this is like his hotel room or whatever. Like, I don't know. Like bro's like, bro, it's hard out here for the rest of us. Anyway, post, making my millions of dollars coming in or whatever. Like,
I stand behind what I said. 10 toes down. Content creator.
10 toes down, by the way. Remember that.
Yesterday morning, I posted a
And he couldn't even like get out of bed to make another apology.
video on this account talking about how a woman had lost her job at Spirit Airlines, and she sent me a message with a GoFundMe link asking me to donate. And the video is basically me yelling at the camera, being super upset and frustrated because this person had never followed me, never supported me before, and it was clear that she had basically copied and pasted this DM to every influencer and celebrity she possibly could, asking for a handout. And I called her lazy. I said she was stupid.
For a handout. Keep in mind, she just got fired from her job. with little to no, actually none, zero notice. And that's still, to James's mind, is asking for a handout.
And I said she should have spent the time that she spent copying and pasting the message, applying for jobs instead. This video was stupid. It was rude, it was obnoxious, it was privileged, and most importantly, it was completely unnecessary. When I saw that DM, I absolutely had the choice to ignore it and say absolutely nothing at all and move on with my day. But instead, I couldn't even tell you why. Her message just triggered me, and I decided instead to make a video about it. And I bashed her, and it was obnoxious, and I shamed her for asking for help in a situation where she was clearly really struggling, and this could have been her absolute last resort. I have no idea what was going on in her life, and I should have never assumed that she was just copying and pasting this DM as an easy way out. I don't know. I just don't know. My intention behind making this video in the first place was, I get a lot of messages like this every single day, and for me personally, it definitely sucks to receive messages from people that don't follow you and don't support you, treating you like our personal ATM or bank account. But what I'm sure sucks even more is not knowing where your next paycheck is coming from and not being sure whether or not you're going to be able to put food on the table for yourself and your family.
Bro, he hates that this person didn't follow him, bro. He hates that. He's like, yeah, it sucks. It's so bad for people trying to use me as their personal bank and ATM. Especially when they don't follow me. They should have followed me. It maybe would suck less. But I guess it sucks a little bit more to not have a job or whatever. Like that's the worst when people who don't follow you keep asking you for money. But I guess I'm forced to admit that it's a tough contest. But it's slightly worse to be fired from your job with zero notice and to, have no money to pay your bills. Maybe that's a little bit not as good.
So it really doesn't matter what my intentions were behind making the video, because it came across as super privileged and like I was basically shaming anybody that's unemployed for not trying hard enough to get a job.
But his intentions were also bad though. Like, your intentions were to shame her. Like what? Like I don't know what your intentions were besides, but beyond that, don't use me as your piggy bank or whatever. Like this is like Wells Fargo being like, oh my goodness, all these poors are so dumb. People keep walking in and they're like, hey, can I withdraw $1,000? And they don't have $1,000 in their account. They don't even have an account with us. These freaking poors or whatever. Like you're not giving them any money. Like, it even then, like, I don't even know.
Feel awful because that wasn't my intention and it really hurt a lot of people. And I know that it's not that easy. I know that the job market sucks right now. I have friends that are looking for jobs. I have my own employees that I try my best to take care of. And I've heard so many horror stories online of companies ghosting people, recruiters wasting everybody's time, people applying for job after job and not hearing back for 6 months, a year, 2 years. I know that it's really hard out there and that most people are just doing their best and trying their best to figure it out and to make it by. And if this person happened to choose sending out GoFundMe links as their method of trying to make it by, who am I to judge? Especially when you consider the fact that my method of figuring it out and getting by was making makeup videos online. I just happened to get really lucky, and now, years later, I'm in a blessed and privileged position. But as somebody with a platform, it's my responsibility to humble myself and to never take what I have for granted. And when I made that video today, that is exactly what I did. I was speaking from a very privileged, obnoxious, ignorant standpoint. And for anybody that saw that video and was disappointed or upset with what I said, I am super sorry.
Are there people out there who was like, yeah, I really love to see James Charles videos. It's my favorite.
Especially to the woman from Spirit Airlines. I did try to look for her message earlier before making this video, and I couldn't find it. If you see this video and you want to get in touch, I would love to apologize to you directly and to help you out a little bit. But if you are not comfortable with that, I totally understand too.
Anyway, that's the James Charles beef. There's not much more I can say to dunk on him. He's stupid. You end up giving that person money? That's a good question. He would have said that in the video. That would have actually made him look a little bit better. But actually, I gave this person's GoFundMe. And I actually leak it in the comments of this TikTok video, so you can give it to it as well. But he doesn't want to do that because he doesn't want to encourage them, right? It's like somebody got a lot of heat for like smacking up a homeless person for like asking them for money. Their apology is like, I'm so sorry. He said he couldn't find her message. Oh. Sure. 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 Charlie Black not doing multiple videos ranting about her. No, I think he's just lying. I honestly believe more likely that he's just lying about not being able to find it. Because if he found it, people would ask him to donate to it. Because he's a millionaire influencer who should like actually compensate the person he's harassing, you know, and attacking. I won't make you watch the Charlie video that we just saw of the James Charles stuff. I did see this though. That apparently on Threads they're arguing about which course liberals are the young champions fighting for our democracy. The emerging young champions fighting for our democracy, take note, folks. They seem to ruffle the feathers of the right-wing elders with their knowledge of today's politics. And then it's Adam Mockler, Dean Withers, Luke Beasley, Isaiah Martin, and Brian Tyler. Oh, this is the worst group of people I've ever seen in my life. And this person said, where's Elizabeth Booker, Suzanne Lambert, Lysandra, Olivia Juliana? Let's not erase the women and act like they're not spearheading this fight. Come on, say their names. Now the liberals on Threads are like beefing now because they're not acknowledging the women in the fight. Like Olivia Juliana, who I think has zero emotion, to be entirely fair. That's crazy. I used to work with Olivia. Oh, how far does she has fallen. Oh, this is interesting as well. This is docket. Yeah, no Tabitha speaks either. Crazy. Are you talking about Harry Sisson? I think Harry Sisson is banned from the group chats.
What are you doing? Oh, I'm watching this guy.
Here, but I'll watch this Man Carry Things video, and then we'll get to the AOC Martin Taylor Greene. Right? Is that fair?
Ben Shapiro owned the libs.
Own what?
In the marketplace of ideas.
Listen up. I'm tired of people saying I have a weird voice. This is what people sound like.
He talks really fast. It's because he's a master debater.
A what?
Master debater. He made a 19-year-old college kid admit that being gay is kind of cringe.
Huh. Actually, historically, having a tiny penis is a sign of virility. Michelangelo would agree.
You like watching this because... He's all about facts and logic.
Fact. Large penises are less attractive to women.
He talks fast and makes everyone look really stupid.
David Sirota of the Obama administration rigged the Oscars to make Parasite win.
I don't get it. But of course you don't get it. You listen to rap music all day, which isn't even music.
That's really ignorant.
Well, actually, technically that's, interesting. Okay, wow.
What? Hey, what are you doing?
Just checking in to see what Ben Shapiro is up to.
Who am I? Who took away my set? Why am I in a black void? Not racist, by the way. It is black in here.
I heard they laid off like half of their staff. At the Daily Wire, yeah. Sad what's become of him.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Is he actually in a black void, or is it like... Okay, I can't... Hold on.
It's really cool.
Half of their staff. At the Daily Wire, yeah. Sad what's become of him.
Benjamin Netanyahu is really cool. I wish he was my dad. Don't ever criticize Israel.
Wow. God, this guy has awful takes now. Okay, I'm glad that you're finally waking up to this because I've had to put up with you acting like...
Still put up Candace Owens. Tucker Carlson.
This guy's some genius forever. Like, I mean, if it takes this for you to figure that out, I mean, great, but I wish you would have figured it out sooner. I assume you're watching some more sensible people now, right? 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 Why are we friends? Who are you?
Okay. Nick Fuentes. Yeah, but that's kind of it. I don't care. What is happening with Ben Shapiro? What? Suggestion removed? I didn't mean to remove the suggestion, but okay. Maybe it's for the best. Ben Shapiro plays the celebrity. 53K. We got 500,000 this here. 70K, 15K. Okay, I think he's botting. Oh, he's not the one I saw on here, apparently. Debunking socialism lies. 98K. Dang, Ben Shapiro used to have motion. He has no motion. 18K. 35K for Spirit Airlines. But then he'll boost up to almost exactly 500,000. 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 600K, 500,000, 500,000, 500,000, 600K, 500,000. That's pretty convenient, right? Am I tripping? Brady makes it look like he's botting. Yeah, it seems very. It's like he has like 16K normally, and then he'll spike up to like 500,000. Exactly. And there's no in between. Right? Every so often he'll get like 200K. But like other than that, it's like 50K, 17K, 20K, 500,000. I think he bots up to whenever he has more than 500,000. I think he bots up to 500,000. This is my take. So I think 41,000 is regular normal views. 53,000 is normal views. 40,000 is, I don't know. I don't think that's normal views. I think he's just botted as well. But like, I think this is actually 15,000 views. But he botted it up to 515. And it's all of his long videos. You're right. All of his hour-long videos are all botted up to 500K. All of his short videos only have 25K. But anything close to an hour, okay, that's 100% botted. Yeah, the long videos have no motion, so he has to bot them up. 100% botted. So I think this is real. I think this is real. It's real. I think this is fake. I think this is fake. This is real. This is real. This is fake. All of his hour-long videos are botted up to 500K at least. No motion. It was vary the amount of bots. Yeah, or vary the videos you do them on. All of his videos that are... He loves talking about Hassan as well. Long videos are pushed by YCB so people watch them on TV. No, not to this disparity. Not to this disparity. Because it's literally every single video that is near an hour gets almost exactly around 500,000, 600,000 views. But literally everything else is like 20K. It's too formulaic for it to be like organic. That's crazy. Nah, he's botting for sure. Also, I love how Steven Crowder is so stupid. He should have taken the bag from Daily Wire before they lost all their money. What is Steven Crowder doing? Why are Tucker and Megan converting for Islam? Or covering for Islam, not converting. Anti-Candace Owens. At least his views are more consistent, but they're still abysmal, bro. I think if I actually try it on YouTube, I can pull these views. He's making more like anti-Republican content than some liberal commentators. Anti-Megyn Kelly, anti-Tucker Carlson. He came out Donald Trump a little bit here. Wait.
What is a
Boo Boo Bennett's back?
bigger threat to America
Ragdoll?
today?
Liberty Hangout is back? Didn't she have a child? They want to be Charlie Kirk so bad. When did she start posting again? Oh no, she's been around since last year. She was back 4 years ago. She posted sparingly. And then like since last year, she's been posting pretty consistently. Interesting. I have no idea who this is. Really? When did you get into leftism? This like Boo Boo Bennett was like the one of the biggest like hog accounts that people like to laugh at back in the day. The leftist content used to look very different. It used to look very different. Just getting this many views, because Charlie Kirk is dead. I'm not even joking. That's the only real reason why she's getting this many views, because like there's nowhere else to go after Charlie Kirk is died. She's the new Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Also, she did also poop her pants, yes, but she also got very famous for carrying a gun around a college campus. It wasn't a prom; it was a graduation photo. She would like open carry on a college campus. People were like, ah. Really, Kent State? That would make sense. Anyway, I got so freaking distracted, but that's also happening. I'm surprised this content's still happening. I wonder what the comments are.
You don't even need a permit for that.
I'm sure it's supportive, right? They're still talking about like freaking Biden. So yeah, they can cry. That's fine. I would rather talk about what these people are mad about, which is there is currently a divide happening between old guard and new guard of conservative politics. The Boo Boo Bennetts, the Stephen Crowders, and the Ben Shapiros, who are getting no views, versus the Tucker Carlsons, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, and Marjorie Taylor Greens, who are getting all the attention and all the views because they actually know how to read the room a little bit and are not stupid. You know? And so that kind of leads to what we want to talk about today. That is like, wait, yes. Which is, what is going on? What is going on with AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene? Have y'all been keeping up with this saga and the discourse surrounding it? They both do have 3 names, and they both are acronymed. It's pretty interesting. Essentially, can I show you a tweet about that? No. What is this? So basically what happened is it started with this clip. Well, technically it didn't start with any of this. I just saw a YouTube video on it if you're interested in that. Slightly. I didn't see Hassan's coverage on it. But we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Technically this started a while ago. It was a long timeline. But this phase of it started with this clip with AOC talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. AOC, personally, I do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and an anti-Semite on the issue of what's good for Gazans and Israelis. I do not think it benefits our movement to align with white nationalists.
You know? And I care about results. I care about results. Now, there are certain places where, certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us. And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go. But as far as what someone says about me, I could care less. And, you know, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas...
What was the question that was asked?
...where things will not get done if they're partisan, because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require a massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
I don't know what the question was that was being asked. But this is the beginning of what causes and what started the discourse recently and today. Basically, it started the question of like Marjorie Taylor Greene and her record on Israel and like whether or not that's genuine or should we ally with her or whatever that regard was, right? And so this brought in a lot of different groups of people onto two different camps, what I think was actually pretty interesting. This brought in like pro AOC people with like anti Marjorie Taylor Greene people, with like anti AOC people, and not even pro Marjorie Taylor Greene people, but I'll say like the leftward wing of like, not like the DSA, but like, I don't know. It brought in like different groups of people to all have like different takes on this, the question.
In 2021, you stated that there were, quote, legitimate white supremacist sympathizers at the core of the House of Representatives caucus. Yet since then, in efforts to ban congressional insider trading of securities, you've worked across the aisle with representatives such as Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican from the state of Tennessee. Do you stand by those former comments, and do you think that they make bipartisanship harder? And furthermore, how have your views on bipartisanship evolved over your last 6 years in Congress?
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, so wait, so the question wasn't even about Palestine, and she just brought up Marjorie Taylor. Okay. This actually answers a lot of questions for me. I think that she has, I mean, I know she has a personal beef with Marjorie Taylor Greene. We know this is the case. And that she brought it up in an effort to like kind of get a gripe that she's had with like, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene getting support, which I understand. But I don't think it was necessary to answer this question particularly. I think it did her disservice for a few reasons. I think Gaza's attempt to delegitimize Palestinians, their name, and separate them from West Bank Palestinians. I think that is how it's utilized in general. I don't think AOC is doing that, but I think the people around AOC is doing that. And I think that I saw a tweet that said like that kind of shows like where AOC is on this issue. You know what I mean? Like AOC is like in the rooms where like Gazans is the term that is used for Palestinians, and that it's kind of seeped into her language. And that kind of betrays like what kind of rooms that she's in, you know? And it kind of shows that she's kind of too far removed from the actual movement when like she's addressing like Palestinians as Gazans instead of like as Palestinians. Right? And so I think that is true. I think that is an AOCL. But I'll get back to that in a second. Because from this, you have people like Ryan Grimm saying Marjorie Taylor Greene sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, and against the Epstein class, and to defend survivors of Epstein's trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could. And you have Marjorie Taylor Greene responding saying, AOC refused to vote for my amendment to strip funding for Israel. She can run her mouth all she wants, but votes are the only thing that matter, not a bunch of words and nasty name calling. The problem is that like Marjorie Taylor Greene is not wrong with this. And she can position herself as like a more ardent supporter for Palestine because of AOC's misgivings, right? And this is why I'm so upset, right, with all the people who were defending AOC leading up until now, right, being like, oh no, she never ever voted to give money to Israel, right? People are lying on her name. But like, this is true. This is correct, and it lets Marjorie Taylor Greene use that to position herself as a more ardent ally to Palestinians, even though we know she's not. Right? And this is an L for AOC. She should have taken the L, and she should have spoke out against it when it happened. First of all, she shouldn't have voted president anyway, or not voted, right? Because again, this is true that she has been wishy-washy on like whether or not she wants to give Israel Iron Dome funding until recently. Only very recently did she commit to not funding the Iron Dome. Why did she even vote that? Because she didn't want to, because she wants to make friends in Washington. This is the answer, right? The reason why AOC does any of this stuff is because she wants to play politics. She wants to make friends with Washington. She's doing these like insider deals. She wants to get into the room because she thinks that like she's best positioned to like make substantive change, right? By getting in the room. However, the problem with that is that it positions her to the right on issues that the public actually cares about. And now she can have Marjorie Taylor Greene being positioned as like pro-Palestinian when she's not, because you are like optically positioned against her. And that's the problem. That is an issue, right? However, on the other side of that, people acting like Marjorie Taylor Greene is earning credibility with this is insane, because she's still a racist and an Islamophobe and xenophobic and transphobic. Like, she did not sacrifice her political career to stand against genocide. She was personally slighted by Trump and the MAGA movement. She chose to give up any leverage that she might have had by being in Congress in order to sulk, essentially. And then now she's positioning herself on the side of a popular issue because she can see the tide shifting. The same way Tucker Carlson is. But for like people like Ryan Grimm, it's like I was like, oh well, she's actually standing for these things, and this earns her credibility, but she doesn't. It never does. This is why I made my tweet, which is not this one. Where's my tweet at? He said, if that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could. This is where I said, for me, denouncing her prior belief system and apologizing for engaging in it, it is telling that she's outflanking most of them politicians on this, but that doesn't mean that her engagement in the racist, xenophobic, and transphobic MAGA movement and its harm just disappears. And then I said, white people are consistently unable to fathom apology as an acceptable form of course of action for shitty behavior. You know what I mean? Yo, okay, hold on. Pause. Anonymous, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. You dropping 100 bands anonymously is crazy. We did hit the sub goal of 800. That got blown out of the water. Much appreciated. Marty Taylor Green. MTG. Listen, MTG. I will be using your money to buy MTG cards. So no, I just lie. I'll be actually using to fund my college education. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Right, and we'll get to this as well, because I think everybody is wrong about this. I think everybody's wrong about this. Right, because like, Mehdi Hassan is half correct in that Marjorie Taylor Greene has not changed and she's being like kind of whitewashed right now. But he's not correct in acknowledging that AOC is wrong a lot on Israel. She's not good on the issue. She's really bad. In the grand scheme of like other politicians like in the leftist movement. She plays too much politics. She plays the game too much. She wants to get into the rooms of Washington. Like it's like that's all true and correct. Right? But I don't want to get into like and I want to get into this, right? So Mehdi Hassan says the number of lies being told about AOC, her politics, her views, and her record on her this website this weekend is insane. Some self-proclaimed leftists want to undermine and taint the most viable, popular, potentially leftist candidate of president for 2028. Also insane. Like I don't agree with this. Like, do I think some people may be like unfair to AOC? Maybe. Does that make the critique inherently incorrect? No. I think that there are people who are critiquing AOC for the correct and good reasons. All right. Yo, Open Presence. What's up? I'm not lying much. No, it's all good. All good. AOC did come out as being against all weapons sales and call it genocide, but public statements have sucked. Yeah, and her voting record has not been great, right? She's not like terrible on the issue, right? But like she's not been good, and there are good critiques you can make of that, right? But so I don't think people are like fully like lying on her name or whatever. Again, are people being like unfair to her to some extent? I can see that. I would see that argument, right? I can engage the argument that some people are being not as fair to AOC as maybe I would be. But I think their critiques are correct, fundamentally. Right? Like this tweet says, the bare minimum required is a sincere apology for working tirelessly for a ceasefire. Can't trust her character if she can't own up for that deceitful mistake. Just like dragging her feet on defensive weapons for Israel made her seem like an ego-driven opportunist. And Mehdi Hassan says, why is AOC being asked to apologize for a single remark at the DNC while Marjorie Taylor Greene does not have to apologize for long history anti-Muslim, pro-Israel voting and statements? Like, she does. They both do. Like, what I don't know why people being like, AOC should apologize for this, which she should, is like saying that like Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, it shouldn't though. Because she should. They both should have to apologize. Right? Which is why I think everybody involved with this is dumb. Because both things are simultaneously true. AOC is being outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene on Israel, but that doesn't, one, mean that that's genuine, and two, mean that like Marjorie Taylor Greene is like now a member of the movement and like is actually a starting supporter for Palestine. That's not the case. That's just not true. And people positioning Marjorie Taylor Greene like she's actually changed or is actually like deserves credibility, like Ryan Grimm is saying here, is craziness. People acting like she sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide is that they're lying and they're holding water for her. She didn't do that. What you're saying is the internet has no nuance like usual. You can quit instead of fighting. Exactly. With women have major things to apologize for before I care about whether or not one is being too harsh or whatever. I'm like giving about the mothers and their families being murdered by the IOF and tortured by civilians. But he's contradicting himself. I think some people are so quick to like want to defend AOC that they're like, no, AOC has nothing to apologize for ever, actually. Nope, never, ever, ever in her entire life. She should never apologize for like siding with the Biden administration while they were committing a genocide, which she should. Trump told her, "I'm not endorsing you for Senate. He said, I'm gonna defend your pedals, and then I'm out." But she's still in the same racist town. I mean, she like endorsed JD Vance for the presidency in 2028. Like that was like 2 years ago. Was that 2028? Not 2028. Was it 2028? I think I saw that tweet. Unless I'm tripping. Like she's a Republican. She's a Republican. Yeah, I do have the tweet saved. Because also had this, where it's just like, yeah, and she's pushing ivermectin for hantavirus. And then Ryan Grimm was like, and? Like, I don't understand why you can't just say, and this is what I said about Tucker Carlson as well. It's very simple. It's, man, isn't it crazy that Marjorie Taylor Greene is outflanking the Democrats on this issue? That's kind of crazy. Democrats, you should be ashamed. That is it. That's it. That's literally the only use people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson have for this movement. Is to highlight and to demonstrate how out of touch Democratic elite and Democratic politicians are from the actual voter base. That they're being outflanked on this issue by actual ghouls. That does not earn them credibility. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't care about, like, standing against the Epstein class. She doesn't. She doesn't. And it would be very simple to be like, you know, I want Marjorie Taylor Greene to actually stand for these things, so she should apologize for her past behavior. But for Ryan Grimm, it doesn't matter because he doesn't care about her past behavior because it doesn't affect him. So what I always say is that white leftists will sell you out the moment it's for furthering their movement. Consistently. When it comes to furthering their movement, not our movement, right? Their movement, they will sell you out immediately. Immediately. So long as it makes their movement grow a little bit bigger. Right? You literally lose nothing by forcing Marjorie Taylor Greene. If she's changed the way that you think that she has changed, she would have no problem apologizing. Right? And I pose the same thing to the AOC defenders. If AOC holds the position that you say that AOC holds on Israel, she would have no problem apologizing for her position either. I do think they both should apologize. But I'm not going to sit here and act like Marjorie Taylor Greene is like a started leftist or whatever, who's like standing against Trump and the Epstein class and standing up against genocide. She's an opportunist. who has found a lane for herself. The platinum happiness convo hasn't been touched yet. You're the one to do it. I've noticed the platinum overlap. I've been avoiding it because who wants platinum power hour number 3 or 4 at this point? But it is there. It is the exact same conversation where like Ryan Gilbert doing the exact same thing for Grand Platinum as well, which is just like rehabilitating somebody without any sort of apology necessary because they don't care because it never affects them anyway. It's literally just 2 words that would demonstrate they actually stand for what they believe in, which is just, I'm sorry. But for Ryan Grimm, he doesn't need that because he doesn't need them to actually be sorry. For the movement that he's growing, all he needs is for Marjorie Taylor Greene to just exist on our side, no matter the harm that she causes to other people here. Does she cause harm to trans people? Who cares, right? She's helping further our movement. Tucker Carlson's a populist, but he's also a racist. It doesn't matter. He can stand against the billionaires, so he's good enough for me. It helps further my movement. I don't care if he's a starting racist who will make the black people in the movement uncomfortable. It will harm the trans people in the movement. Doesn't matter to people like Ryan Grimm. Right? That's what white leftism is. That's what it is. It's the furthering of that movement, of their movement, of movement for them. So long as it pushes forward what they are looking for, it doesn't matter who else is harmed in the process. That's why they never, ever, ever, at any point, require an apology for their past or previous behaviors. Never. It's so dumb. Maybe a blip, but she triangulates all the time. But AOC here seems to denounce one of the most promising trends in American politics: a right-left coalition for foreign policy realism and restraint. Cool how we just memory holding who this person actually was. One of the principal voices of Trump's movement, preventing any form of foreign policy realism and restraint, cheering on the genocide, and promoting retaliation against those who oppose it. Do you remember what I said about why you can never just look at exactly what somebody is saying right now? Right? And people always say that about Grand Platinum. Just like, no, forget his past. Just forget it. Don't look at it. Only look at what he's saying right now. And people are doing that right now when it comes to Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're like, oh, forget her past. Don't look at her past. Look at what she's saying now and just believe that. Don't do any historical analysis about whether or not she's trustworthy because of the things that she said previously in the past. Don't do that. Don't look at that. No. Just look at what she's saying now when she says that Israel's bad. That's all that matters. No, she doesn't have to apologize for that previous stuff either. That's in the past. It was so long ago, like last year. When she was saying, I hope every pro-Hamas student that walks out of their class today protesting Israel gets a failing grade. We need to defund all colleges and universities that promote these anti-Semitic protests. Stop rewarding bad behavior. When she says pro-Palestinian equals pro-Hamas equals terrorists attacking New York with their war on Jews and Christians. I think that we will see New York voting red in 2024. Until then, this will get worse before it gets better. When she says Antifa is back, this time they support Hamas and are preparing to declare jihad. But Biden's DOJ is still rounding up January 6th election protesters and treating them like terrorists. And most Republican members of Congress refuse to help non-violent January 6th protesters. Like, this is all like, this requires no apologies? No, I'm sorry for saying this. Just to confirm that she's actually had a change of heart, Ryan Grimm. Would that not earn her more credibility by being like, yeah, I did say these things and I didn't mean it. I'm sorry for saying it. I've changed my mind. But no, now it's just like, Just forget about that. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. Look at what she's saying right now in this specific moment. And that's all that matters. And people are saying the same thing with Graham Platter, genuinely. This is the way that white leftists engage with politics as a whole. Right? Honestly, I would go as far as to say that if AOC wasn't on the other side of this, like, I think a lot of the white leftists who are defending AOC would stand on the side of Marjorie Taylor Greene in this regard too. And that they're just upset that AOC is getting critiqued, getting a little bit of criticism in this dynamic. That's what would make her credible, right? Or at least more credible. I still wouldn't forgive her, obviously, right? But like that would show that she's actually acknowledged that, like, yeah, maybe I was wrong about this thing. Presenting an apology on the other person, where I've seen that before, literally all the time. I've talked about this consistently, literally all the time, all the time. People always project apologies onto people, or just saying like they shouldn't apologize, or they don't need to apologize or whatever, right? And we're putting Marjorie Taylor Greene to the side. People are saying it about AOC too, which I don't agree with. People are saying the exact same thing about AOC as well currently right now. That AOC doesn't need to apologize for siding with the Biden administration. Cheddar, sorry, yeah, I can't see this tweet. Maybe it's because I have Grand Planner blocked as a word. Or the tweet's gone. Maybe it's just me. Hold on. Why is this tweet not showing up for me? Yeah, it's gone. I don't see it either. Deleted? Dang. What did it say? We're saved. Yeah, I guess you're slightly saved from Platter Power Hour extending it a tad bit further. This? Oh, yes, it is this. There was no 4 at the end of this tweet. There it is. Haha, I'm a genius. Where did Mehdi Hassan give his view that AOC is a viable presidential contender? His entire time in America has been in Washington, D.C. Has he spent any time in the suburbs of Atlanta, Philadelphia, or Detroit? Because that's who decides elections, not social media hype. Give it up with the anti-bullshit. Please, I'm begging you. Every decent time you spend hyperfixating on woke politicians in 2026, Americans are infinitely more woke than they'll ever be on this website. It makes you feel, not in an academic way, but in a Grand Platinum way. Ugh. Ugh. Don't make me Grand Platinum discourse. Don't make me Grand Platinum discourse, please. Leftists who hate the idea of allying with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, and other right-wing populists on this issue of Israel and other strategic matters merely oppose building coalitions outside of left liberal alliance because they oppose social conservatism more than they oppose war and the oligarchy. They pretend that it's about leftist principles or the danger of fascism, but it boils down to careerism and first world problems, judge them based on what they say and not by but by their actions and what issues they prioritize. I want him to describe what first world problems he's talking about. By first world problems, he means like racism against black people, transphobia, homophobia, anti-immigrant sentiment. Those are the first world problems that he's describing. Right? Not understanding that like people who are willing to sell out black people, trans people, queer people, immigrants now will sell out Palestinians the first chance they get. Because again, It's not even about Palestinians for people like this. It's about their movement. It's about what can I get for me specifically. And if Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson can help me specifically, right, push forward universal healthcare or more populist principles, right, then that's what I care about. And I will sell out every single marginalized person in existence so long as I further my movement. That's it. That's it. This is not a movement that is centered around marginalized people. It's not. It's not. I'm sorry. The movement that we are currently talking about right now, whatever the leftist movement has turned into or currently is not a movement that centers around marginalized people. It's F marginalized people so long as I can build whatever movement gets me what I want. Me specifically. Not what helps marginalized people holistically. Not what benefits the most marginalized and most oppressed people like in society. It's what can get me what I want, right? I will align with Tucker Carlson so long that I can get me what I want, right? I will align with Marjorie Taylor Greene so long as I can get me what I want. And at least, the very least, Cenk and Anna have been open about this, right? At least they've been open about this for a long while. It's like, oh yeah, I will literally align with like David Duke. So I guess he said that like universal healthcare is fine, even if he also says that he will kill all black people if he gets in power. They're like, well, but the universal healthcare part. Think about that part. If you dare say you don't want to ally with David Duke, you're the problem with the movement. You're the record. You're the careerist who care about first world problems like not being eviscerated in the wood chipper by somebody who wants to kill all black people. You know what I mean? That's a first world problem in the minds of like white leftists because they're not impacted by that. Right? They can position it as a first world problem because they're not impacted by that. It doesn't impact them. It gets them closer to their utopia of having universal healthcare or whatever. And then the rest of us can just die. The rest of us can just die. That's it. Marjorie Taylor Greene spoke about Arabs and Muslims in the past. The past, as soon as last year, she was posting Islamophobically about Zohran Mamdani. That was last year. Last year. You think that she's a started supporter of Palestinians? You think that if maybe if you ally with Marjorie Taylor Greene and somehow you get Israel to stop killing Palestinian children, they're like, no, we'll just kill the adults. You think Marjorie Taylor Greene would be like, that's still too far? Really? You think that? So? Or you'd be like, okay, no more children are dying, thankfully. Now you're gonna kill all the terrorists in Palestine. Good job, Israel. I support you now, or whatever. Like, because she's not principled. She's not a principled person. And instead of making sure that she becomes principled, you're like, that's fine. That's fine. She's good enough for now. It's just insane. Insane. Hold on, I'll just scroll past all the Chud the Builder stuff that's on my timeline. Leftists, I'm begging you not to welcome Marjorie Taylor Greene, and here's why. Supported the Confederacy, called Black Lives Matter terrorists, harassed a bunch of black women in Congress, said slurs targeting agents, Holocaust supporter, calls Muslims terrorists, hates trans people, hates immigrants, promoted Great Replacement Theory, something that led to mass shooting of targeting black people. There's more than that too, but a decent amount of terrible things that she's done or believes. Marjorie Taylor Greene is racist and bad, has sure ruffled some feathers on the white left. Is what, how many people remember holding this? Yeah. Representative Green on the censure of Representative Tlaib. How long is it? It's 4 minutes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Guys, read this. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene on resolution to censure Representative Rashida Tlaib, a resolution censuring Rashida Tlaib for anti-Semitic activity, sympathizing with terrorist organizations, and leading insurrection in the United States Capitol complex. This was October 26, 2023. You think that this doesn't require at least an apology? At least a quick "I'm sorry" before you rehabilitate her image or something? Like, it's just so, it's so insane. It's just literally, it's just like I'm sorry. Just like, that's it. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This was 2025. This hits hard, she said. So if Marjorie Taylor Greene is now pro-Palestinian and not just anti-Israel, as some leftists insist, and better than AOC, then why has she not deleted this or apologized for this tweet? She posted this less than a year ago, right after Mamdani won the New York primary. Like, this requires an apology. Like, it does. It does. Like, this does require an apology. It requires at least an acknowledgement of the harm that you've caused. It's very simple. Very simple. That, like, again, as I said all the time, I said it before. If you've heard me talk, if you've heard my stream before, you probably heard me say this, right? When you cause harm, you need to apologize for that harm, take accountability, and then you can move forward. You can't just change your rhetoric on a dime. Everybody's supposed to just accept that. Like, no, that's fine. That's chill. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, it's whatever. That's fine. I'm sorry comes in that discussion. If they literally say Marjorie Taylor Greene is still in office, she comes to you as representative and says, I want to put a bill to defund Israel. Do you say no? Do you work with her? Is that considered allyship? She still needs to apologize, no? Do you think she shouldn't apologize? Also, she's not in Congress because she resigned and gave up any power and leverage that she had. Right? So, like, the hypothetical is broken in the first place because if she actually stood by that, she wouldn't have resigned. She would have stayed in Congress and actually tried to pass some legislation. She wouldn't have given up any leverage. Any and all leverage. She should apologize. I'm saying AOC is getting flamed for not signing onto her anti-Israel bill while she was in Congress. Yeah, but I'm not talking about AOC right now. I'm talking about people like Ryan Grimm who are rehabilitating Marjorie Taylor Greene's image. I'll get to AOC in a second. Right now, I'm talking about the fact that people are trying to rehabilitate Marjorie Taylor Greene and her image because they find Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson and people like that useful. It's the same conversation. We looked at Cenk and Anna literally like last week saying the exact same thing about Tucker Carlson. Right? There is a usefulness in pointing out, right, how insane it is that you're being outflanked by Republicans. That's the kind of the only use for people like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You do not need to like rehabilitate their image or co-sign them or whatever because of what they're saying now. Here, I'm trying to find it. Here. We covered this literally. This was like last week. Cenk said that basically it was akin to like him supporting Tucker Carlson. I'm trying to find the actual tweet. Him supporting Tucker Carlson is akin to like Martin Luther King becoming allies with Lyndon B. Johnson or whatever. Right? That's the issue, right? There's an issue with people rehabilitating people like Tucker, people like I made a tweet about this actually, so I can go and find that tweet. Jake and Ryan Green would be okay with grabbing a beer and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yes, and that's the problem that I'm talking about here, because they're like, because they don't care. They are insulated from the actual consequences of actual issues that they cause. Like what One Dime is saying, like they call it first world problems, right? The transphobia, the racism, the anti-Semitism, the homophobia, right? The anti-immigrant sentiment, the xenophobia, you can keep listening. The phobias, the phobias can keep going for like freaking Tucker Carlson, right? That is boiled down to like first world problems because they see a benefit of cozying up with Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't in Congress. There's no allying with her. She's not in Congress. She has no power. Tucker, also not in Congress, also has no power. So I do think it's slightly different, right? Slightly different working with Republicans in Congress to pass legislation, which is why I think AOC should have voted for the Marjorie Taylor Greene bill instead of like abstaining, essentially, right? Because I do think that there is a benefit in like, if the piece of legislation does a good thing, voting for that. That is different than trying to like wash somebody's reputation and like bring them on board the movement or whatever. Did you really hate Marjorie Taylor Greene? Yeah, but you shouldn't let that get in the way of you doing good policies. I don't think that's why she didn't vote for it. I think that's the excuse she used. I don't care why she didn't do it. I'm just saying that she should have done it. I don't care why she didn't do it. I think that like bipartisanship is for a cause is understandable because that's what the country is built on. But like that's different than like what Cenk is doing or what Ryan Grimm is doing, which is like washing the reputation of these people. You know? But this extends to Graham Plattner too. Graham Plattner should also apologize for his behavior as well, because it was bad, not good. The same way that like time does not heal all wounds as it pertains to like the harm that you've caused people. You should apologize when you've caused harm to people if you've actually changed your mind. In the same way that if Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually believing something different now, actually changed her belief and actually apologized, she should apologize. If Graham Plattner has actually changed his beliefs, actually believes something different and apologize, he should apologize as well. I don't know why this is a crazy take. But for some reason, white people hate apologies. Can't stand them. Also white people think that other white people shouldn't apologize either. But before I fully move on, I do think that there's good. I do think that there is good critique of AOC. Right? Like this. AOC didn't vote for Marjorie Taylor Greene's Israel amendment because she thought it would score her some leftist brownie points by opposing white supremacists. Meanwhile, she's happy to work with Ted Cruz to threaten sanctions against China for the crimes of having a communist government. This is true. Like, I don't think. Again, I also agree that I don't think it's. I don't think it's because she wanted leftist brownie points by opposing white supremacists. Right? But like, this is true. Like, when you're in government, You do politics. You do politicking, right? You engage with other the other party to pass legislation that is good. You do that. That is fair and true. And AOC didn't do that, and she is deserving of criticism. And people have an idea that like you can't criticize AOC for positioning herself to the right of Marjorie Taylor Greene, which she did. She did. She positioned herself to the right of Marjorie Taylor Greene on the issue of funding Israel and the Iron Dome. That's the case. AOC is right about Marjorie Taylor Greene. The claim that coming from her reads dishonest because she actively launders the Palestinian genocide. The caveat being that it was fine so long as Democrats presided over it. Boiling AOC criticism down to misogyny against oppressive women is dumb. To leave Bush, Lee, Omar. I've long noted the criticism for AOC's trajectory and her hawkish foreign policy. I've stopped taking her seriously a while ago. Famously, she defended the kids in cages because a Dem presided. The U.S. left mirrors U.S. liberals. They cry about their politicians facing rightful criticism. This is true. So just as liberals do, they fall back into baseless identity reductionist claims to defend the indefensible. You can't say you can say getting more progressive electeds is your stick, but stop lying to people that your gambit is ultimately to run cover for politicians. I don't think people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and other right-wingers, includes Owens, Carlson, Rogan, etc., need to be rehabilitated or brought into anyone's circles. Similarly, the U.S. left doing so also reads as dumb to me. No matter how much these people have the newfound hatred for Israel, they're still virulent racist and anti-communist. So there is no end goal in boosting them when you have others you can boost instead of them. For them, it's also criticism, in my opinion, giving the turning tide. Exactly. 100%. 100%. 100%. This is exactly what I'm saying. But you don't need to like defend AOC or to act like people are like attacking AOC or criticizing AOC due to misogyny, which some people might be. Again, I haven't seen all the criticism because there are good things for to criticize AOC for, right? I did see a post. Let me see if I can find it. I can't type. I don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. This is the tweet that I saw. I have a lot of tabs open now. And then we'll get to the Hassan video on this. I know someone who works for a risk management firm who told me that influence ops he's witnessed in other countries look something like go after the most popular elected officials criticizing X, Y, and Z, made them look hypocritical or fake among their own base, Israelites, whatever elected officials voters might be organized around, bots, TikTok, rage bait. The sudden social media surge behind certain presidential candidates in the fall 2024, and their equally sudden disappearance the morning of the election day is worth sitting with. And Jane said people disliking AOC isn't an influencer op. Oh my God, there's very understandable criticism of her, and people are very vocal about them as she's being pushed for the highest position for U.S. politics as some sort of ideal socialist candidate. Not everything is an op. And that's true. I think you can try to achieve a good goal working with people. All parties have to be criticized and challenged to make can't make compromises like this. Even then, neither Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene are in power, so there's nothing really to even benefit from doing that in the first place. But you also have to acknowledge that this person is bad and not good, right? So I said I said this consistently. The only usefulness of somebody like Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene is to show them to like AOC to be like, hey, you're being outflanked by this person. This person who sucks is outflanking you. Look at this. Look, you know, and make them reckon with the fact that their position is being outflanked by somebody who they hate, who they know is racist and homophobic and Islamophobic, right? And hopefully that changes their mind, right? AOC should see that she's being outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene and be like, I hate that. I'm changing my mind. Right? That's the only use for somebody like Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene. Right? It won't work for somebody like Kamala Harris or somebody who's paid to hold their positions. But for people who actually care about it, theoretically, it should work for them. You show them that it's like, hey, you claim to believe this thing, but you're being outflanked by this Republican on this issue. This goes for any issue, right? A liberal who's like so pro like survivors and women's rights being silent on Jeffrey Epstein. Showing that person, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and be like, hey, you claim to be for abuse survivors, but you're being outflanked by Marjorie Taylor Greene on the Epstein case. Why is that the case? That should wake something up in their mind. They should be like, you're right. I am supposed to be for survivors. Why am I being outflanked by this person who is really bad and who sucks? Right? That's the only use for somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene. That is literally it. That is it. You know? Is he interested in the pro-Palestine movement? Well, for this person. But, you know, it's obviously not going to get trust for everybody. That's also an important point, that you're never going to win everybody's trust back. As he can win back goodwill from former supporters like me by simply apologizing for working tirelessly for a ceasefire lie, clearly stating that she opposed selling weapons to Israel, adding pro-Palestine advisors. Russiagate Bernie Bro 2 won't win voters. I mean, yeah, I agree with this. Like, she should do this. Right? Also, like, I don't know, fire Matt Dust. That guy sucks. She's clearly states she opposed weapons to Israel. I mean, as of like a month ago. Like, come on. Like, and even then, like, yeah, I think like restating it wouldn't hurt. Is it even hard? She can do this in like a day. Yeah, like just coming out. She does Twitter Instagram things all the time. Instagram lives. Not even true. She said she was against. Oh right, yeah, you're right. She said that she was against giving the weapons. She said that they should buy them. She said that they have enough money. They should buy them themselves. That's true. But that's the issue. I heard a lot of general complaints. Nothing specific. He's just a lib. No, I mean he is a lib. But that makes him on the wrong side of literally every issue because he's a liberal. You know what I mean? Like if you saw when he was on Hassan's stream, like he said some insane stuff that I think had some rightful criticism about like foreign policy. You know? As of last week, she refers to Palestinians as Gazans and Israelis. Also claimed to be part of the pro-Palestinian. Also claimed to be a part of the pro-Palestinian movement by saying our movement. Yeah, she also should stop doing that too. But like in general, she should just acknowledge that she just messed up. I personally don't care specifically exactly what she does directly, but just some acknowledgement that she made a bad political call in 2024 would be enough to like move her into better graces for me. Right? She kind of just moved on from that. Right? She kind of just like she supported Joe Biden, right? Standing in the race, bad political call, ran tirelessly for a ceasefire lie, and then after, right? And then after, Biden officials came out and was like, yeah, we weren't doing that. Literally, Biden foreign policy advisors came out and was like, yeah, we weren't pushing for a ceasefire. What are you talking about? working tirelessly that no, we weren't working at all, right? She now has to reckon with that and then come out and be like, yeah, I should have been better on that. She wasted political capital with the leftists online with Biden and Harris. Yeah, that's an L. Yeah, because like, of course they were going to do that. She won't, but then that's where we are now, right? That's basically what people are saying about Grant Platter. I know Grant Platter also won't apologize, but I'm saying it because that's what I think that needs to happen, not because I think that's what's going to happen. You know, being the DNC, when instead of presenting outside with the rest of the with the Palestine group, she timed them from the after party. That is kind of crazy, but like, you know, again, I'm not even saying that like AOC is like it needs to be written off of the movement entirely. I also don't get to make that call, right? But like some acknowledgement that like she messed up. Like even when coming out and saying that like we shouldn't be funding the Iron Dome or giving weapons to the Iron Dome, right? Even that was ran as like AOC has decided, right, that Israel should be paying for their own weapons and not giving weapons to the Iron Dome. She started a trend. Did y'all see that article? Like AOC starts this trend of Democrats coming out against Iron Dome funding. Like, no, AOC did not start that trend. Honestly, AOC was one of the last people on the trend, to be entirely fair. You know what I mean? So, like, that's kind of the issue. You need to apologize. Crazy how it's always a problem with people in politics. Just some acknowledgement that's like, hey, son, framed it that way too, saying shit up for litmus for presidential candidates. No, it's just like it's weird giving AOC credit for that when she stood against it for like 2 years. You know, that's just like I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. It's weird. And so like I don't think it's wrong to just be like, hey, you should say I'm sorry. Right? Just apologize. Just, you know. Just hit an I'm sorry. Yeah, this is also true. Netanyahu did say it 2 months before she did, which is actually hilarious. I think she is. I mean, again, I don't litigate whether or not somebody is sorry or not sorry. I just say whether or not someone should or should not apologize, which I think that she should. Same way that I think Grant Platter should. Same way I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene should. I think when you mess up, you should apologize. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm not cut out for politics. I think when you mess up and you make a mistake, or you done not even a mistake, you just do bad stuff, you should apologize for that.
This is going to be
stuff.
another.
Let's see Hassan's coverage of this.
Discourse bomb, a discourse grenade coming from AOC against Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is like designed to piss off, you know, Cenk Uygur, barbarism critic.
I think it's Queen. Actually, no one cares. This is actually how people actually feel, and it's so frustrating. It's so insanely frustrating. People actually do think that like apologizing is like rad lib behavior. Do you think politics professors are going to be worse to argue with than chatters? I don't know. I did stalk some of my professors in their Instagrams and their Twitters just to see if any of them followed me. They don't, unfortunate. Also L on their behalf. But some of them have decent takes. Some of them have bad takes. That's what it is. That one for AOC is for her to be twice as pressured and scared of her left wing as she does from liberals. Yeah, but like, you know, who knows? I have to being held accountable as rally behavior. We're never bringing socialism to America. And I'll bet my life on that.
in yellow and everybody else on Twitter. Okay, I know, I saw it. I feel like I'm the connective to designed to piss off, Cenk Uygur, barbarism critic, Queen in Yellow, and everybody else on Twitter. Okay, I know, I saw it. I feel like I'm the connective tissue here in some respects because I understand and acknowledge both sides of this argument. Ironically enough, and anytime this conversation opens up, people lose their minds. I will say I do lean a little bit more on the AOC side of this predicament, though. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take any support I can get. You guys know this already. I am the centrist on this issue between the AOC side of the conversation and the anti-Zionists.
I mean, yeah, because barbarism critic and Cenk just occupy different sides. Because Cenk is just like, I want to work with Tucker Carlson. And barbarism critic is just like, I think AOC should be held accountable for what AOC has said, which I do agree with.
Who are
actual critique, but then other people just take weird low jabs at AOC for no reason. I haven't seen that much, honestly. I think that there are some people like I think AOCIA is a low jab at AOC, mostly because like it's meant to be punchy. It's not meant to be substantive critique. I think like that is a low job critique, right? However, I don't think that phrase comes out of nothing. You know what I mean? I think that phrase comes from AOC having bad political instincts. like I don't think it's made up. It comes from AOC having bad political instincts. But I don't think it's like substantive as a critique, and it's meant to be inflammatory and to get people upset.
Yelling at her, specifically on Marjorie Taylor Greene.
I care about results. I care about results.
Right into her early punishments against her. I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll never really know.
Now, there are certain places certain areas where I don't think that we should ignore some folks' record on some of these issues, right? It's about where we trust intent, where we trust where those outcomes are going. I personally do not trust someone like Marjorie Taylor Greene, a proven bigot and anti-Semite, on the issues of what is good for Gazans and Israelis. I don't think that it benefits our movement in that instance to align the left with white nationalists. I don't think it serves us.
I still think that her usage of the term, I don't think like the term Gazans itself is indicative of anything like on its own. But I do think that her usage of the term Gazans comes from the fact that she's in rooms where like people like Hillary Clinton are saying Gazans, right? People like Kamala Harris are saying Gazans. That's what I genuinely think is coming from. And that has like invaded her vocabulary. Right? And because like genuinely, like in normal circumstances, she would say Palestinians. But because she's been surrounded by people who just, say Gazans, because they don't, acknowledge the state of Palestine, I think she misspoke. I mean, her misspeaking is, I don't think her misspeaking or misspeaking or not misspeaking is like contrary to my point, right? My point is that like that language that she is using comes from the fact that she's around other people who use that language. I think that comes from the fact that she's in rooms with people who use like the term Gazans instead of Palestinians maliciously. Not saying that like AOC is doing that specifically, but it comes from the fact that like she's not enough in like the right rooms. Yeah, it's a result of her environment. I am very pro-Palestine. Can you explain why the term is necessarily bad if she's pro-Gaza and pro-Palestine? The term, it's a lot of different things, but like the term Gazans can be used for a number of different reasons where like some people want to like remove the West Bank from Palestinian control and make it Judea and Samaria, and therefore it's not actually Palestinian territory, right? And it's only like Gaza that's actually like Palestinian. You have it coming from like people who don't acknowledge like the state of Palestine as a whole, and they don't think the state of Palestine should exist. But like, you know, Gaza does exist, and so like they're saying Gazans because like people who live in Gaza currently, but not people who are from a wider state of Palestine. So there's a number of different things, but like it's something to look out for. It is a dog whistle to look out for when people speak about these terms. It's just better to use a more inclusive and accurate term, yes. And it's sometimes it's utilized maliciously. And it's just something to like acknowledge when like AOC uses that specific term. You know? No one has mentioned that she willfully misinterprets what Rashida and Ilhan have told her in terms of using any vote for Palestine to advantage and not going beyond that. She still doesn't recognize that is something that boosts your ratings. What is this? Look at this. So many messages. Is it fair to say that I don't want a small bean, a politician who's media trained, and don't want to give her a leeway by saying this was an honest mistake? That's fair. I think that's a fair thing to say. But I do also acknowledge that like people do make mistakes. I don't necessarily personally think that it was like a direct, like, out of direct malice of like trying to like be exclusionary. You know, I don't think she's trying to like say that like a Palestinian state shouldn't exist and it should be the state of Israel and then just Gaza for the Palestinians. You know, I don't think that that's what she's saying, right? But it does draw into question, like, you know, it does ping your ears, like, why did you use that term? You know, why, like, where does this come from? And it makes you think a little bit deeper. And I don't think this is a good criticism because it's all vibe-based, in my opinion. No, I disagree. It is a good criticism because language does matter. And I've stood on this for all different types of things. Language does matter. And the language you use does matter, right? If Bill Clinton walking around here saying Gazans does matter. Do you think that doesn't matter? That is 100% a thing that matters. Because he walked around, he's saying that it's, he goes to Dearborn saying that it's Judea and Samaria and that it's not the West Bank and that it doesn't belong to the Palestinians, right? That does matter. And when you normalize that language when talking about Palestine, that also does matter, right? Language is very important when talking about people and, you know, people's lives. You know? I don't think she said Gazans in a way that Israelis do, but it matters. And if it was any other group of POCs, this wouldn't be a discussion among leftists or liberals. I don't know if it wouldn't be, but it definitely, like, this is like, it shouldn't be as like a deeper discussion as it is. But, you know, leftists and liberals will definitely discuss whether or not it's valid or just to call a group of people something, you know?
And so I think it's about looking at the context, the place, the results, the outcomes, intentions, and where we think that train would go. But
it's like, okay, like you wouldn't necessarily accept somebody who is like supposedly like woke, especially in 2026, using the term like Indians for like indigenous people. You know what I mean? That's what I mean when I say language matters. And the language you use when describing, especially people, and like the historical context of those people, that also matters. Right? So even if it wouldn't be directly malicious, if a leftist was using that term to describe indigenous people, that would be like, why are you in spaces that are using that phrase? And that would make you pause for a second. Because it's just like, that's what's weird, right? Because you would know better, but you would be like, it's still a part of your vocabulary. People have a right to ask, why is that a part of your vocabulary when you're supposed to know better, when you know that people use that maliciously, right? Or even like, you know, the term like natives or whatever. That can be the same sort of thing. Something that's weaponized maliciously against indigenous people, right? That's not inherently malicious itself, but like, it will stop when you are like being criticized for not being as like woke on like indigenous issues. Like, why are you using that term? We don't know if, for sure if she's being malicious here. Her actions would prove that. Yeah, but I don't think it necessarily matters. I think the fact that I think it's right for people to like draw issues with that wording. Yeah, that's actually a good point as well. Like, left is saying illegals, right? Malicious or not, I think people are right to kind of side eye why you would use that language in that way in the first place, especially when you should know better.
As far as what someone says about me, I could care less, and you know, I think it's really about what our outcomes are. And to be honest, there are some areas where things will not get done if they're partisan because they are anti-establishment. There is bipartisan consensus on keeping and protecting stock trading in Congress. And so it's going to require massive bipartisan consensus of people willing to come together across those differences to get it done.
The Marjorie Taylor Greene situation is a unique one because, like, I love Ilhan Omar. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been unbelievably vile towards Ilhan Omar, and she is like, yeah, in spite of all of that, I do respect, I guess I do think that there is like some gains to be made here. But also at the same time, I think AOC's warnings are correct. Marjorie Taylor Greene has not done enough to prove that she is like, she's done a decent chunk to prove that she is more sympathetic than the average.
I'm gonna take a take that would be slightly contrary to Hassan's is. I want to know how this is different than Grand Planner. You know, like where is the line? You know what I mean? AOC's not Platinum. No. AOC's not being compared to Platinum. Marjorie Taylor Greene is being compared to Grand Platinum. Green hasn't had a chance to vote yet. Titan Green has. Yeah, but Titan Green's change came after she couldn't vote anyway. It came after she'd already resigned. Right? So she also technically hasn't had a chance to vote either. So honestly, all that's really different is that there just hasn't been that much time. So like, if Marjorie Taylor Greene just doesn't say anything for like 5 years, it would be exactly the same. You know what I mean? Like, all she has to do is just like say nothing for 5 years, and then like it'll be like she's like basically exactly Grand Platter. It's gonna be exactly the same. I'm not getting the similarities. They're both people who did shitty things, and then like changed their mind, and then has grown, became woke or whatever. That's the similarities. Is that there's not like much different conceptually from the Graham Plattners and the Tucker Carlsons per se, outside of like just the amount of time between that like change and when it occurs. You know? I'm gonna call Marjorie Taylor Greene woke, just mad at her mad her side burned her. I mean, sure. Plattner is not an elected official, where Marjorie Taylor Greene is elected official and voted horrible bills, not defending Plattner. Yeah, Plattner joyfully killed people with his own two hands as well. I honestly, like, Plattner like killed, like, directly, like, called for like millions of people dying being like justified as well. Like, it's not that different, is what I'm saying. It's pretty. I'm not saying you're defending that. I'm just saying that it's pretty. It's not as different as it's being positioned. Is what I'm saying. I never said you were defending it, Chatter. I just said that it's not as different. They are people who did bad stuff, right? Changed their minds, right? And now believe different stuff. I think there are similar dynamics. My take is that I don't think that like time heals all wounds. Rehabilitation. Platinum has not experienced any rehabilitation. It's kind of my point. Neither has apologized for their engagement in the shitty system, the bad system. Like, neither has. Neither has said, I'm sorry. Neither has acknowledged the harm that they've caused. It's not too difficult. It's not too different. He's saying more right things than Marjorie Taylor Greene now and will push policies that white leftists will like. Not necessarily. Like, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene is not saying the wrong things on Israel. She's saying that Israel shouldn't get American funding. That's true. I mean, Israel's committing a genocide. That's also true. Like, I don't know. I haven't heard a compelling argument that they're that different. The thing is, Marjorie Taylor Greene didn't change her white supremacist ideology. Yeah, and Graham Platter also, you know, well, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if he's changed his you know, his gleeful killing brown people ideology. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't apologized for it, so who knows? I don't know what has changed in Graham Plattner's mind because he hasn't apologized for it. He hasn't acknowledged it. I have no idea. It's just that people just believe that he's more different than Marjorie Taylor Greene is. But they're like materially, there's not much there to express a white supremacist ideology, though. I'm not saying that they are exactly the same verbatim. I'm saying that from their starting positions, there hasn't been any meaningful apology from where they started to where they are now when it comes to changing their minds. Right? And so it's a little bit weird to like position Marjorie Taylor Greene as like being unable, like, you know, to being like untrustworthy, and then Grant Platter to not being untrustworthy, when like neither of them have done the first thing to gain trust, which is to do the apology. Right? And I think that both should do the apology so that both could be more trustworthy, is my take. But I don't see it as like meaningfully different, which is why I think it's dumb for like leftists to like rally behind Marjorie Taylor Greene with no apology, in the same way that I think it's dumb for leftists to rally around Graham Platter with no apology. In my mind, it is very similar in that regard, because the first step to actually changing your mind and gaining trust and credibility is to apologize and take accountability for your actions. And I just, you know, neither has done that part, you know? You've heard Marjorie Taylor Greene did apologize for her role in toxic politics. I don't necessarily consider that an apology, and I also didn't necessarily see that. But like, I'm gonna need her to apologize for, I don't know, cheering on the Confederacy and like saying that college students were woke jihadists or whatever. Like, oh, she has a lot to apologize for, you know. She had to, like, I did that apology tour. I apologize for CrossFit, but in a blanket way. Yeah, I'm gonna need a little bit more than that. Specific apologies. Yeah, I'm gonna need a little bit more than that, personally.
Average politician on this issue, on the issue of Israel, but she absolutely has not done enough to prove that she's like not a demonic entity at this point. I mean, it's crazy.
Thing that has been very fascinating, especially about Marjorie and Candace, is that they are not just coming out like the other ones that you'd mentioned, where they're saying this action is wrong, right? They're saying, I am done with you. We should give them credit for that.
I don't know what else she said on top of that, though. Why are you so critical of AOC, bro? Is genuinely embarrassed. What the f has AOC done? Has she criticized Dem leadership like Marjorie Taylor Greene did the Republicans? AOC's working tirelessly for a ceasefire, chatters. If you make an honest assessment off of like every legislative action that AOC has done done in her career, every legislative action that she's ever taken in her career, and then compare it to Marjorie Taylor Greene's track record, and you still think Marjorie Taylor
Green aside for like Ryan Grimm, maybe the ACP types, and Jank, and like, you know, they're again, I'm not saying that's like a widespread thing happening on the left, but it is happening on the left. You know, like Ryan Grimm is not like a non-entity. You know, Jank is also not like a non-entity. This is a thing that is happening, right? But I'm not saying that everybody who is criticizing AOC is doing that. That's not the case, right? I don't agree with that. I do think there are people who are saying, like Mehdi Hassan is saying, everybody who is like criticizing AOC is like trying to rehabilitate Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think that's the case either. But there are people who are trying to rehabilitate Marjorie Taylor Greene. And I think that that is bad and stupid and silly. And dumb. And silly and dumb. Because they were doing it for Tucker Carlson as well last month. And as I said with Tucker Carlson, I'll find my tweet about it. Oh, I have the hiccup, sorry. I will find my tweet about it. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Oh my goodness. Tucker. Here, this is the tweet. Right? With Tucker Carlson apologizing for endorsing Donald Trump. I say, show me when he starts to apologize for his racist, Islamophobic, xenophobic agitprop he's been spinning for decades. I say, Trump is a symptom of a wider problem that Tucker Swanson Fortune Carlson has added to and benefited from for years. And if he's truly apologetic, LOL, he's going to need to be reckoned with that fact, and to support Donald J. Trump is a tiny part of his role in this, right? And this is a take that I've been consistent on for everybody. Every single person. I've been consistent on this, right? If you cause harm to marginalized people, you must apologize for that harm, take accountability, and then you can move forward. That includes Tucker Carlson. That includes Marjorie Taylor Greene. That includes Graham Plattner. That includes, I don't know, insert anybody here. It includes AOC for the stupid ceasefire stuff that she was talking about. People position themselves for the end of the Trump term and public sentiment changing. Yeah. And if they've actually changed their mind, then they require, like, to apologize. But from this, people were like, wow, Tucker Carlson's actually apologizing for this? Insane. Craziness. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, not all these. These are all the people who are criticizing him. There's other posts about this that are somewhere where people are like defending and glazing him. I would be honest, cynically speaking, you are absolutely should absolutely not do that, and this needs to be remediated. What do you mean? You should not apologize? I'm confused. I really have to help my friends in Palestine understand that they're being fed these right-wing grifters because language barrier, but you'll end up losing steam if you apologize. I don't give two fucks, chatter. Do not care. An apology is like reparations. It's required, necessary. Maybe you should think about that before you actually, I don't know, do bad stuff. What I mean is we must make it more costly to not apologize. Or they could just apologize anyway and just eat the cost because it's necessary. That's what my take is. I don't think I have any power to make these people apologize in the first place. My point is that like this is what, if they want to have changed, they should do. I'm not saying I need Marjorie Taylor Greene in my office by 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for an apology or something. I'm saying that like if she wants to be taken seriously on the left, she has to actually be held accountable for the behavior that she has caused. You know what I mean? I'm just being autistic, I think. No, I think my autism and your autism are like, we're talking past each other. That's very possible. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene's goal is to be taken seriously by the left. Then then if that's the case, people should stop positioning her as like a serious voice on the left. Like she has any credibility. Like when you have like Marjorie Taylor, you have Ryan Grimm saying that she has gained credibility by becoming anti-genocide. That's bad. You're giving her more leftist credibility than she actually wants if that's the case. Stop doing that. We have Cenk being like, we need to co-sign people like Tucker Carlson who are, you know what I mean, who are coming out against Donald Trump. That's bad. Tucker Carlson doesn't want to be on the left per se, but you are giving him more attention. Is it credibility or credibility with the left? This is basically the same thing. That's identical things. Because she's not getting credibility with the right by coming out against Israel. She's getting credibility with Ryan Grimm specifically. Like, I don't think so. No, it is. Who do you think he's talking about? He's talking about him. And people like him. Like, that's what he means. I think she is because the right base is also moving on Israel. No, Ryan Grimm is not talking about that. Ryan Grimm is talking about credibility for him. That's what the tweet was. The tweet was specifically about credibility to him. Let me see if I can find it. Jeez Louise. Where's my tweets at? I need to retweet. We said Marjorie Taylor Greene sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, and against Epstein class and defend survivors of Epstein trafficking. If that doesn't earn credibility, I don't know what possibly could. Like, he's not talking about like with the base. He's talking about like with like leftists and with him and like the left wing movement. Because he's responding directly to AOC, saying that she doesn't want to co-sign Marjorie Taylor Greene. He's like, well, she's done all this stuff. If that doesn't earn her credibility with you, what does? That's what the implication that he's saying is. And I'm saying that's stupid. That's dumb. That is a dumb thing to try to rehabilitate her image for. And I don't know why people like Ryan Grimm or Cenk or Anna, I don't know why they do this. I don't understand why they do this. Cause like, she's not standing against genocide. She's standing against Trump because Trump slighted her specifically. That's it. Right? Tucker Carlson is doing the same thing. He's standing against Trump because he sees the tide shifting against Trump, and he's an opportunist. He's opportunistic. That's it. I was just mentioning Greener Tucker because Zionism is an extension of white supremacy. Thus, if you're a white supremacist, you can be truly anti-Zionist, no matter how correct your takes on Palestine you have. And the issue is that they're not saying that like Marjorie Taylor Greene can be useful or whatever. That would be one thing. This is like image rehabilitation. The idea that like Marjorie Taylor Greene sacrificed, like this is martyrdom. Like this is martyr language. Marjorie Taylor Greene sacrificing her political career to stand against genocide is rehabilitating her image. That is image rehabilitation, and that is a bad thing to do. That is not what happened. It's one, ahistorical. For history, that was like yesterday, basically. And two, it's bad for you to rehabilitate her image. Right? It's also not genuine. We know why she's anti-Israel. And if it, no, and to be fair, she could like wake up and become like woke or whatever. She could genuinely like wake up one day and actually care for Palestinians. But if that's the case, the first thing that she's required to do to get me to think that she's genuine about that is apologize. Without an apology, I can't take her seriously. You know what I mean? Without an apology, I cannot believe she's genuine about this. But for Ryan Grimm, as a white man, he doesn't require an apology from white people to be taken seriously, right? He never needs an I'm sorry, right? For like somebody to be like, you know, to have their minds changed. Again, has quite a few insane positions, including thinking China and the CIA work together on COVID virus, potentially leaking it on purpose. I appreciate his reporting or his opinion. Ryan Graham has a lot of terrible opinions. Like him cheering on affirmative action and DEI being destroyed because he thinks that it will help class consciousness. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of stuff Ryan Grimm is bad on. He's a complete reactionary outside of Palestine. I think she's said in the past, requires some addressing if she's really changed and grew. Exactly. And I don't think it's crazy to appreciate Ryan Grimm and Dropsite for their news, not their assessments. Well, you know, you also have to reckon with the fact that they fire journalists for even criticizing them slightly. So there's okay. I do hate this idea that like because an outlet does some good reporting that like, you know, that like, any like critique of them is just like. But I love the reporting though, because like there's a lot of bad stuff that they do get up to. Not coming at you specifically, China, but I hear it all the time. We're talking about like Ryan Grimm or like Dropsite. Is anytime anybody brings up issue with Ryan Grimm, it's like, but the reporting though, you know, it's kind of like, it's like I don't know. You wouldn't like accept that for like anything else, you know. You wouldn't accept like Andrew Callahan. You'd be like. Well, like, I like Andrew Callahan's videos. So, like, he was like, yeah, but, he, you know, the sexual assault stuff. He's like, oh, but the video. I was giving you guys bad takes. No, I understand. I know you were saying that, but I'm just saying there are people on Twitter who do that as well. Who, like, any issue that you have with, like, Dropside News and Ryan Grimm, it's just like, but nobody else is doing reporting like they are on Palestine. You're just trying to take them down or whatever. Like, It's like it's stuff like that. That does exist. People do that. I know you weren't doing that, but I know people do that. Yeah, it is frustrating. I've seen it. People also do that for Andrew Callahan too. This is also true. They do it for all bad people. A lot of men. A lot of bad men. Get the buff. Separate the art from the artist. You know? You never get separate the art from the artist when it comes to Nicki Minaj. Just think about that.
I definitely worked on.
Was I watching? Oh, this one.
Green is actually better than AOC. You're genuinely a dumb person. I don't know what to even explain to you. Like, I don't even know how we can have a conversation at that point. I do give Marjorie Taylor Greene credit for being an unlikely ally in this issue. The problem with AOC is that there's so much misinformation and people's brains shut off when they think about AOC on the left. We are far more ruthless to people who are ideologically closest to us. Not to say that she's like there, not to say that she's like 100% there, not to say that she's infallible.
I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this, actually. It's something that I hear a lot. I do think people are like tough on AOC, and some of it is like misogyny, because I think AOC does get misogyny. But excuse me. I don't think that people are like harder on AOC than they are on like Benjamin Netanyahu or on like I don't know. Donald Trump. I don't know. I don't know a good analogy. Or people comparing AOC to Marjorie Taylor Greene, but AOC wouldn't sign her bill. Hey, maybe. Go harder on her than other politicians of her ilk. I mean, like other progressive politicians. That's not what Hassan is saying, but like that would make sense because AOC is functionally not as good as the other members of the squad. That's not, I don't think that's what Hassan is saying, but like that's not that's not correct. Because like she's not as good when compared to other members of the squad. He means like some people like Rokana way more than AOC for some reason, even though he sucks way more. I don't think people like Rokana way more than AOC. I think Hassan liked Rokana. I don't think the people who don't like AOC and call her AOCIA like Rokana. If I'm being entirely honest. That ain't true. No, I don't. I don't think so. They do? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think the squirrel likes Rokana. If I'm being honest. He doesn't. There's a bunch of weirdo ACP chauvinists who adopt that. Really? Do you vote? Like, in the school board? I voted for my class president one time. He lost. The squirrel is the barometer. That's just like the biggest like AOC hater that people know. That was the turn. It was the turn. Maybe it's a bubble people were glazing Roe over the Epstein files and how proactive he is now. Yeah, but like, I don't know. I think we're talking about different groups of people. Because there are a lot of groups of people who don't like AOC. But most of the people who I see on Twitter who don't like AOC don't like any Democratic politicians. This girl was pro-Roe all last year. I needed to see some tweets or something. I don't believe that. I don't believe the squirrel is pro anybody. I only see the squirrel when they complain. Who's squirrel? It's Zay Squirrel on Twitter. I just also remember that they went on a blocking spree for like Arun followers or whatever. Personally, I don't fully trust Roe. I got blocked by them. Ugh.
Like working tirelessly for a ceasefire is a perfectly valid critique about what AOC has said and done. Aligning with Biden and telling Biden not to drop out. These are things that I have criticized. Other things that I've criticized were specifically to even allow Marjorie Taylor Greene to be the correct voice on defensive and offensive weapons distinctions in Congress, something that AOC is now on board with, right? These are problems, certainly, in the way that AOC communicates. But the way people treat it, they don't have a consistent framework that they analyze politicians on. It turns into, I don't like this person, and here are a million reasons why. Many of those millions are just exaggerations off of like what she has done that is worthy of criticism, that turns into red lines that people design for themselves, that they don't actually hold other people to the same standard. I have a consistent framework on this.
I need to hear some examples of this, honestly. I don't even disbelieve it. I just need to know, like, I don't see the Roe thing. I don't. If it was anything else, maybe I would believe Chad on this. I do not believe the squirrel would support Rokana. Like full-throatedly be like, yeah, Rokana is my guy. I need some proof of that. Because I have not seen the squirrel like anybody. Ever. The only time I see Zay Squirrel pop up on my feed is hating something. It's one of the most consistent negative posting accounts on Twitter. All I've seen is they're sitting on Roe Kana when looking. Okay. But she like Chomsky a lot. I mean, I guess, but like, you know. I mean, like politicians. Saying the squirrel was pro-Roe over AOC after the Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment fiasco. Not saying that she was gonna vote. I mean, like, but like, what does that mean though? Because like the point that Hassan is making is that people are inconsistently hating on AOC, right? Like people hate AOC more than other politicians, for like inconsistent reasons. The Twitter's all stand behavior. I don't disagree with that. I just haven't seen that specific dynamic. I haven't seen people who hate AOC specifically, but like think other politicians are like chill and cool.
Where I say I grade politicians on a curve. I match them up with the rest of the political class. AOC is far above and far closer to our goals and our perspectives than virtually the rest of Congress. Even if at times she says things that I am unbelievably critical of, even if at times she does the wrong thing.
Lower taxes and a stress-free environment. Honestly, I don't really care about that. I don't necessarily judge people based on their parents' like behaviors or voting patterns.
Says the wrong thing. Like many people
I don't expect
probably
AOC to be like, "Mom, how dare you? I disown you for moving to Florida or whatever." You know what I mean? Like she can't really do much about that.
I don't know this, but like Jamal Bowman has.
Now, if she defended her mom for like tax evasion or something, like that would be a different thing. Like that would be a like ideological like critique you can make about AOC being inconsistent and hypocritical. But like if her mom just like, I don't know, bro, her mom's probably like, you know, people have like chud parents. This is how it is.
Unlike AOC, I love Jamal Bowman. You know I love Jamal Bowman. Jamal Bowman is literally voted to send weapons to Israel, right? Jamal Bowman was punished for being a one of the few lone anti-Zionist voices in Congress. And I love Jamal Bowman. How do you square that circle? If I can make that distinction...
I will say, I don't think the people who like Jamal Bowman are like that, like hardened critiques of AOC. I think if somebody is defending Jamal Bowman, I think that they are also probably, for the most part, defending AOC. Somebody who is critiquing AOC would also critique Jamal Bowman for voting to send weapons to Israel.
In my mind, and be more understanding of people's mistakes, even on the legislative side where they have the most amount of impact, then you should be able to do this as well. Because if you were to ask the average person, for example, right now between Ro Khanna and AOC, a lot of people love Ro Khanna. I do too, right? I think Ro Khanna is great. AOC's legislative track record is far more progressive than Ro Khanna's though. But she gets all the hate. This isn't to say go hate on Ro Khanna. I'm not saying...
To be fair, and I apologize a lot. To be entirely fair, I like if you ask the average person, I don't know, he didn't finish the prompt, but like who they like more, they would still probably say AOC because AOC is a more popular and prominent figure. Because I don't think the average person like on like in person or even like online is like tuning into like what somebody who says AOCIA is saying on a day-to-day basis. They're like, oh, AOC, you know, she stands for some cool stuff. I like that. Oh, Ro Khanna, he's like anti-oligarchy. I kind of like that too. But like more people just know AOC, so like they'll probably like support her as well. People love Ro Khanna. I think people like Ro Khanna, especially like more recently, because he's like anti-oligarchy. He's a very anti-oligarchy politician. He's talking about the average bubble he moves in. Well, he said average person, to be fair. I'm just trying to figure out the point. You know,
saying that at all. I'm just trying to recenter the church.
I don't agree with that. I think that's incorrect. I do not think she's the most left politician in the country. You could say she's the most left Congress person. I still would disagree, but if you have a better argument. But based on a voter record, yes. I mean, it depends on what you consider like left, I guess. And yeah, if you contain her to her voting record and not what she didn't vote on technically, then sure. I think she would if you look at her voting record, I think she loses a lot of points for not voting to stop Israel from getting weapons, personally. Like I don't think she qualifies for that that title in my assessment just from that vote alone. I don't think somebody who couldn't vote even optically to stop Israel from getting weapons could position themselves as the most left politician. Really? Yeah, 100%. If you can't vote in the midst of a genocide to stop the genociders from getting weapons, I don't think that makes you the most left politician in the country via your voting record, even optically. That's just how I view it personally. You can have a different view. That's just how I view it. I don't think somebody who will willingly sit down with grassroots orgs, even get constituents to claim, or even her own constituents gets to claim the most left, or won't willingly. Oh, I don't know, bro. I guess it's silly title anyway, but it's just how I view it.
Credibility that you afford certain candidates that you don't afford to AOC, so you develop a more consistent framework that you operate off of. Do you see what I mean? That's what this is. If you don't know Omar is saying this is right, what does AOC have to deny the Palestinians an ally? I mean, I think she's making a fair assessment here that it will take a lot for her to consider Marjorie Taylor Greene to be a true ally in this cause. And I don't think that's a wrong assessment. It's one that I also agree with. I don't trust Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't trust Tucker Carlson.
Why should we not consider public statements and rhetoric, though? That it's also important and affects people's politics. I think we should, but you know.
I don't trust Nick Fuentes. And a lot of people get mad at me for saying that. A lot of people disagree with me on this issue. Marjorie Taylor Greene sacrificed her political career to stand against genocide, against Trump, against the Epstein class, and defend survivors of Epstein's trafficking.
I'll leave you. I'm not opening up a Google Docs link. Not right now.
Doesn't earn credibility. I don't know what possibly could. Don't you say you want to change the Democratic Party? I'm genuinely confused. Yes, in the interim. But if the Democratic Party, which I expected to be unbelievably resistant as it is so far, the Democratic Party is just a brand, okay? That's all it is. You can fill it up with whatever you want to fill it up with. But their goal...
I don't know if I agree with that. I would say it's more akin to like a moldy cup, where like you can pour out the moldy water and fill it with clean water. Eventually that water is going to be moldy too. That's how I view it personally. You need to change the cup. The cup is moldy. The cup is moldy. That is a foundational fixture of the cup. It is a moldy cup. Right? And we can try to fill it up with as much clean water as possible so that maybe we can drink it before the mold gets to it. But I don't think it's like, I don't think it's just an empty, clean cup that we can fill up with leftism. I'm saying that AOC is one of the best politicians in the country based on her voting record. That means nothing to you guys. It is what it is. That's not what anybody is saying, though. I don't understand what you're talking about. Nobody is saying that she's not one of the most left-wing politicians in the country. You said that she was the most left, and I disagreed with that. That's what I disagreed with. But people are allowed to like disagree with AOC, and that can be okay, and that can be fine. They're not saying that she's like worthless to the movement or whatever. I shouldn't argue, but wasn't he saying it's a brand along the same lines, or was he saying you can change the brand? Not trying to debate, just I'm confused. No, he's saying that he's saying it's a brand in the same lines where like you can fill the brand up with whatever. It's just a brand you can put on something. I'm saying it's a tainted brand, right? So I changed his analogy slightly, right? Hassan's analogy is that it's an empty cup. I'm saying that it's a moldy cup. Right? I'm saying that no matter what you put on it, it's going to be tainted anyway. And that's just the nature of that label. Unless you literally remove the entirety of the contents of the cup and then clean it. But at that point, might as well just get a new cup, you know? I'm saying you can't change the Democratic Party from within. That's it. That's my take. I don't think you can change the Democratic Party from within. You can't be water in the cup trying to like, no guys, don't worry. We're cleaning the cup. Well, you're being made moldy. You know what I mean? Don't worry, guys. We're water in the cup and we're cleaning it. We're cleaning it, guys. But like, you're stagnant water and it's being made moldy. Right? You're not cleaning the cup. The cup is tainting you. You know? We use the Democratic Party to build our public awareness, but we won't change the nature of the capitalist parties. Yeah. I don't personally subscribe to that notion. But this is the strategy difference. So.
Is to ultimately protect corporate interests. But right now, the Democratic Party is unbelievably weak, and their voters, self-identifying Democrats, self-identifying liberals, actually are not so ideologically invested in third-way neoliberalism as the party is invested. They're not invested in defending Israel as the National Democratic Party is invested in defending Israel. So we have a real opportunity to make significant gains here and to develop an ideological framework and organize and basically draw up as many numbers as possible. The only way that the American socialist movement has ever grown in the last decade or so is by way of these electoral vehicles that are basically free for the taking. Okay?
I mean, he's not, he was, no, he was wrong until he said within the last decade or so. Like, that's, I guess, correct. But like historically, looking back further than that would be incorrect. like, if you look back further than that, there have been ways that like at least, you know, a more socialistic movement has grown through like a growth in a worker boom and the unionization efforts. Honestly, unless you're racist, you could consider the civil rights movement a socialist movement as well, because it was headed by a bunch of socialists. So that you can also make that assumption as well. People talk about how we need to boost up working class. They only talk to politicians. Don't piss me off. Something's like FDR. I'm not even specifically talking about FDR, but then, you know, if you want to include FDR, you can include FDR too. The issue is all of those failed once white people got off board, once they got a little bit of crumbs, and then they decided to stop working towards a class conscious movement. You know? So it is possible to build outside of the electoral framework. I would go as far as say, I don't think it is possible to build within the electoral framework. But that is just, again, this is just a strategy difference that I think I have.
That the American socialist movement has ever grown up as many numbers as possible. The only way that the American socialist movement has ever grown in the last decade or so is by way of these electoral vehicles that are basically free for the taking. Okay? Bernie Sanders in 2016, Bernie Sanders again in 2020. AOC was another major driver in DSA memberships. Even the most like rabid.
I mean, okay, so I mean, the issue is that like if your only metric is the DSA membership, then like, you know, then I guess this is, I guess so. I guess. I guess. I agree with that. Like, Bernie Sanders has done wonders for growing the DSA. I agree. I agree. I don't know if, you know, the DSA having, 3 million people would like make socialism or whatever, but that's just me personally. I think it needs to come from deeper than just build electoral power and then grow the DSA. Because again, we just saw like literally like last stream, the DSA is overwhelmingly racist and overwhelmingly white. Overwhelmingly white. It's not this multicultural, multiracial, multi-ethnic movement that you would need to build socialism. And that's why is DSA racist? I missed that. Oh, did you miss the Chris Small stuff? All the DSA Twitter posters coming out to defend AOC by just yelling at Chris Smalls. So that was a whole thing. She was spiritually involved. Do you think that like AOC was just like, man, I hate that my name is being drug in and I didn't do anything this time. Now I have to say something. About working families, same deal. It's fine. It's not gonna save the country. Like, to what end? Like, this is my question. Like, DSA to what end? Because what I've heard people say for the DSA is they want the DSA to grow and take over like a critical mass of the Democratic Party and then do a clean break to make their own party for the Democratic Party. And do you think that that's gonna actually happen? Do you think that it legitimately, like, not even the efficacy of it? Do you think if the DSA had critical mass, would they break? The current mechanism of the DSA just expanded enough to get critical mass of the Democratic Party. Do you think they would actually do a clean break from the DNC and break for the Democratic Party? I don't think so. I don't think so. I guess it's the only hope out there at the moment. It's not. And if you think it's the only hope, please expand your mind. Expand your mind, chatter. There are people organizing right now that is not the DSA in their own local communities. There are unionization efforts happening daily, right? Like I just talked to one of my best friends from high school. He's a teacher, and he asked me. He was like, "What do you know about unions?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm so glad you asked," right? Because people are ready. People want to get access to this this information because they want to grow, right? And take the reins for themselves. You know? I was arguing leftist though. I don't care. I don't care. I would rather have an organization that actually does stuff and not be quote unquote leftist than like just have a bunch of leftists doing nothing, basically, you know, effectively. You know, and their only goal is to get people in office, you know? I would legitimately rather have 70% unionization rates in this country, but we hold no electoral seats, than to hold 70 electoral seats and have no unions. Genuinely speaking. Because I do not trust politicians to do anything. Why not both? Because even then, I don't trust politicians to do anything. Because I don't trust the seats. It's not the people, chat. I don't trust the seats. I don't trust the position. I don't think if Bernie Sanders was the president that he would like dissolve the inherently racist state of America or whatever. He wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? He couldn't do that. Right? It's like, it's what America is. America is founded on being what it is now. The Amazon labor union, the rules have neutered union power, and they've also neutered electoral power. Like I'm sorry, like the most neutered union has done more to impact the lives of workers than one DSA member of Congress. I'm sorry. Because when you have critical mass of unionization efforts, what you can do is you can general strike. That's where the power comes from, right? If we had 70 socialists in Congress, you are still waiting for them to do stuff for you. Do you understand how that's the issue, right? If you had 80% of Congress on your side, you had the Supreme Court, you had the presidency, you are still waiting for them to do stuff for you. You are beholden to them. And they have zero obligation to listen to you. But if you had the power, right? If you were a part of the 70% of the workers in this country that were unionized, and all the unions got together and decided to go on general strike and to shut the country down, they would be forced to listen to you. That's where the difference is. That's where the difference is. Right? You have to force their hand. You have to impose your will. Should be both, in my opinion. Yeah, but it's not both right now, currently. Right? And I honestly, like, sure, theoretically, it could be both. But it's not going to be both. Like, I'm sorry. I think it's cope. For people who say, why can't it be both? It should be both. It's cope. You're not going to get 70 socialists in Congress. You're not. You're not going to do that. You're just not. I don't know what to tell you. That would never happen. The masses never in history went on demonstrations by themselves. Do you think they did it at the behest of politicians? You think they did it at the behest of you were like, oh, they went out because politicians told them to march. That's what happened in the civil rights movement, Chad. Don't you know? They waited for politicians to tell them to march, and they didn't just went and do it themselves. It's not final to say the Democratic Party has shown they'd rather burn the party down. Oh, jeez Louise. Nevada Democratic Party in upheaval after a progressive takeover. I mean, even go more historical. Like, you had Democrats, you know, who held office in Wilmington that got cooed because they had black people who held office as well. The State Democratic Party in Nevada has, for years, been among the strongest in the country, buttressed by the state's powerful Senator Harry Reid and credited for helping Democrats struggle wins in the swing state since 2016. But the reputation took a hit after a slate of Senator Bernie Sanders-aligned progressives backed a local chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America won the party's top leadership post, and the results prompted resignation of the party's staff and consultants. Nevada political operatives say the progressive takeover could diminish power of the state's party and jeopardize a push to make the state in the first presidential nomination contest in 2024 ahead of Iowa and New Hampshire. Also, she lost Nevada in 2024, by the way. So yeah, like, they just resigned en masse because progressives won. I say we can do both. I mean, you can focus on electoralism, but unions should take precedent and are more effective. Candidates should come after strong unions. I apologize. Ads. My point is just like, candidates cannot do what their positions will not allow. It's kind of what my point is. I don't see my workplace unionized anytime soon, so the only hope I have is in politics, even if it's fruitless, I guess. Chatter, I guarantee you, no matter how hard you think it is to unionize your workplace, I guarantee you, I can personally guarantee you, it will be easier than waiting for a politician to save you. I can guarantee you, it will be easier than waiting for a politician to save you. It will. I'm just cynical. I think at least having people electorally will make space for grassroots movements to grow versus having more openly hostile state is more organized, can squash smaller groups. How do you think the civil rights movement operated? Do you think the civil rights movement was amenable to like black concerns? I'm not saying don't have good elected officials, but if your idea is just like, we're gonna get good elected officials in and then we will organize, you will always fail. Always fail. That will always fail. Literally always fail. I can guarantee you it will always fail. If you're just going to try to wait for the perfect conditions to organize, it will fail. And you will fail. That's just the case. right? People have organized in worse conditions and gotten stronger like concessions. Like, not to, like, you know, back in my day, but like literally people like used to, like, you know, stand up for their right to vote in the first place. You know? Not to mention the 60% of the country that Democrats have abandoned. Do we do in Missouri, Montana, Kentucky, or in the South, which have the VRA? Oh, that's a very good point. Very good point. Tennessee, Louisiana. What do you do in these places where you've elected Democrats, right? You've elected Democrats to fight for you. Republicans come in, sweep, take control, use the control to gut your voting rights, and Democrats say, we'll honor the courts. We'll just do whatever the courts say. Is the only hope to just maybe keep electing more socialists and then hope and pray you will never lose those seats ever in your entire life? Because that's kind of what the Democrats' entire goal is now, currently. You know what I mean? The current goal is right now is just elect Democrats and just kind of hope and pray they never lose their seats. Because if they do, it's cooked and it's over. Right? Because that is the pathway electoralism will always take you. It will always lead you there. Because you can't win elections all the time. It's impossible. It is an impossibility to always win elections. You are going to have to organize in a position where it's disadvantageous. You are going to have to organize under the Republicans, right? Or when the Republican Party inevitably dies, you're going to have to organize under the Democrats. It's going to happen. But you know what's consistent in that dynamic? You're still going to be organizing. So you might as well do it now and get it started early. Because if you pour all of your energy into like getting somebody elected, right? Boom, midterms happen. We have 5 members of socialists, of DSA in Congress or whatever. Maybe 10 of all 535. Is your state any different? Is your position any different to organize? Are you going to wait for the next election cycle where maybe you'll have 12? Or maybe the next one where you go down to 8? Or the next one where you'll go up to 15? Or the next one where you'll go down to 5? You know what I mean? My point is that you're never going to try to, it's impossible to like ship of Theseus the Democratic Party. I said it last time, right? I said it last week. It is impossible for you to ship of Theseus the Democratic Party. You are not going to go and slowly take off pieces of the boat and then replace them one by one to replace the entire boat. You're not going to do that. The Democrats will not let you do that. The only way you can do that, right, is if you organize anyway. That's the common denominator. That's the common denominator. It's just as impossible to ship a DTS as it is to take power by organizing. You're wrong. You're incorrect. That is actually a difficulty. You're wrong. You are literally incorrect. You are historically wrong. That is ahistorical, chatter. My ancestors have proven you wrong. Do you think black people took their rights by just joining Congress or whatever and signing legislation themselves to get voting rights? Or did they organize and force whoever was in there, doesn't matter who they were, to give them what they were asking? You are objectively incorrect. They were like, oh, sorry. Yeah, we can't march on Washington. There aren't enough of black people who will sign the legislation. The legislation passed. Yeah, how? How did they get it passed, chatter? How? How did they get it passed? You talk about it as if they're separate? They are separate. It does not matter who's in power when you organize. That's my point. It literally does not matter. It doesn't matter if it's all Republicans. If you have the power in numbers, which we do, you can force their hand. There could be 0 socialists in office, and you will force them to do whatever they want to do. That's my point. That is my point. That's it. You're like, oh no, well, like, we just need to have more members in Congress because then they can just pass the legislation and then the problem will be solved. If you're not organized, I guarantee you, you're not getting 100 socialists in freaking Senate. You're not. You're not. Again, black people didn't have the power to effectively change their official lines in actions, labor solidarity before the Civil Rights Act. No, this didn't happen. There was not a massive labor movement that also existed in the 20th century. There was not a consistent civil rights movement that forced the hand of the people in power to sign legislation. No, what they did, they just kept running for office, and they just got all the black people in office, and then the black people just decided themselves to write the legislation. That's what happened. Putting in states with strong teachers unions, why is the West Virginia the only one that state was forcing concessions? Chad, because it's not enough. You're not understanding. I'm saying there needs to be more. You're like, well, there's no unions now, but like, so why is nothing happening now? Because there's not enough unions. There's not enough organization. There needs to be more organization, more on the ground organization. I don't know how to explain this to you. Like, there is historical precedent for this happening. You can go back to the inception of America. Literally, the inception of America. The Boston Tea Party. To be fair, that didn't end in a war. But it's the same concept, right? It's mass mobilization. It's resistance. That's what causes change. It's not, we as the colonists need to have more of us inside of the monarchy. That's what we need. Somebody who said a war got fought. Yeah. Do you think that like you're gonna actually make any change? Just I don't know how to speak to you, bro. Do you genuinely think you're going to like just elect DSA members and they're gonna pass legislation and it's gonna be all peachy and cream? Genuinely. Do you think that there won't be any resistance to you trying to like march? That they won't try to throw you in jail? And it's going to be a part of it, yes. Sure. That's why you organize? No, you don't organize to get people in office. You organize to force the people in office to do what you want. It literally doesn't matter who's in office when you organize. If there were good people in office, you wouldn't need to organize, would you? But it won't happen because it can't happen because it is impossible for it to happen because they have a bajillion dollars. It is infinitely more possible instead of trying to break into their bajillion dollar club to organize outside of it and then to tear the door down. The idea that electoralism, organizing totally separate thing is dumb. You have this idea that you can't, all you can do is mobilize, and that's very foolish. I legitimately, it's all that matters. I'm sorry. It literally is all that matters. It is. Electoralism is at the very, very, very most something you do every 4 years just cause to maybe make it a little bit easier for you. That's it. But it doesn't matter. It genuinely does not matter. It should not change at all what you do. At all. If you are putting any more energy, right, into electoralism than you are into like actually organizing, you have lost the plot. So there's a ready-made structure to teach organizing it in around a campaign. Chatter. No, you're going like, you are literally taking like the long way around. You're like, I'm going to take the long way around instead of, I don't know, just talking to your neighbors, bro. You're like, no, we have to teach people how to organize by doing elections and campaigns so that they can be able to organize in a different way where you can just, I don't know, talk to your neighbors and talk to your coworkers at the job you already work at in order to organize a union anyway. You're dumb. You're stupid. I'm sorry. You're stupid. You are dumb. You are spending more of your time and effort instead of actually doing the thing that would actually do the work, trying to prepare you for doing the work. You not talk to people when you run an electoral campaign. It's literally worthless, chatter. It's worthless. It's worthless. That's worthless, chatter. I'm sorry. It's worthless. Literally worthless. You're stupid. You're dumb. You're a moron. That is worthless. Why would you rather talk to somebody about a stupid campaign than to talk to them about the job that they work at currently right now, to organize with them currently right now at the job that they currently work at right now? It makes literally no sense. 0 sense. Virtually 0 sense. I would say do both. I think that's stupid because if you do one, you don't need to do the other one. The other one comes free. It comes with your Xbox. If you have the power, you don't need to get anybody elected because you can just use the power to force them to do whatever they want to. You get a built-in politician when you have all of the power. When you have the masses that forces them to do stuff, you get a free politician. It comes with your Xbox. It comes with it. When you have the power, when you have the masses that has the actual power to shut down the economy, the politicians are forced to listen to you. It doesn't matter who it is. When you completely win, you win. Incredible insight. Yes. And I'm sorry, it's infinitely easier to as an individual. Do you think it's easier for you as an individual to get a socialist elected or to organize your workplace? I'm sorry, one thing is easier. One thing is easier. Isn't that complimentary? I didn't ask you that. Which one do you think is easier to do as an individual? Depends. You're stupid. I'm sorry. You're dumb. You're stupid. As an individual, you work at a place because you have a job. It is easier for you as an individual to talk to your neighbors, to your coworkers, and organize that workplace than for you to single-handedly get an elected official elected. And I would honestly say more impactful as well. That's it. That's it. You can win a local election race with half a dozen people volunteering on the weekends. Yeah, why haven't you done that, chatter? Like, I'm sorry. One of us here has actually done one of the things that we've talked about. And it's not you. I'm sorry. One of us here has actually done the thing I'm talking about. Me. I have. Show me who you've got elected. And I will show you my union that I've organized myself at my workplace. I'm speaking from experience, chatter. What are we talking about? If I don't like Summerlee. Oh, you got Summerlee elected. You got Summerlee elected. So if I ask Summerlee about you specifically, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, it was this person." It was this person. That career asking you then. Yeah. Why didn't Bernie Sanders win? You know? Why didn't you help Bernie Sanders? You didn't get Bernie Sanders like if you can get Summerlee like single handedly. By that logic, they also got Biden elected. The point that I'm making here, no, I watched this as well. The point that I'm making is that the amount of effort and energy that's being pumped into the electoral system to just mimic half or a fraction of the energy that you get when you're organizing, in my opinion, is silly. That's my take. The amount of energy that's being pumped into the electoral system just to mimic the exact same power you get by organizing from the bottom up is silly. You're never going to win power from the top down. Never. The system is designed so that you never win power from the top down. It's not going to happen. It's not that it's unlikely. It's not that it's infeasible. It is impossible. Impossible. You cannot win power from the top down. You cannot out-elect the current two capitalist parties. You cannot destroy the master's house with the master's tools. You can't do that. What you can do is you can force the people who are currently in power to listen to you by weaponizing the leverage that you do have as an individual, and that is your labor. This is basic theory. Basic theory. I shouldn't have to explain this to you. This is basic theory. As a worker, your leverage comes from your labor. And when you organize with your other workers, you come together and you can leverage that labor, right? Leverage that power to force any government. It literally doesn't matter what government it is, right? Including the current government as it is now, to act in a certain way. So how are people going to convince immigrants who can't vote or trans people who are thrown under the bus? But the Democrats still believe that electoralism is the way out. I'm literally about to go get a thread filled with black organizers or black organizations that are still organizing to this day. Because that pisses me off. It's just so insane. Here. Tenants about the first rent strike in Montana in 50 years. Residents in Bozeman mobile home parks are withholding $50,000 to protest a major rent hike. It is a crucial fight for the last vestige of affordable housing.
They are expecting me to pay $967 a month in lot rent for a trailer park.
The only weapon with which they have left us to defend ourselves is the rent we pay.
These mobile home tenants just launched the first rent strike in Montana since 1978, collectively withholding $50,000, which is nearly double the cost of their landlord's latest price hike.
This is the first
Come back in an hour.
Rent
Because you're obviously
that
not
has
listening.
been in Montana over 50 years. We have to stay focused on the fact that affordable housing really needs to have the affordable in it.
We're being gouged. It's scary because it is a prelude to dark thoughts. Nobody wants to be homeless.
We can't just go find another option. It costs a huge amount of money to move a mobile home, and the reality is there's no place for us to move to.
I have no idea where I would go if I get priced out of here. I've looked elsewhere in town, and there's almost nowhere that's even close to this affordable, and it's not affordable here anymore.
Their landlord, Gary Oakland, sees these mobile parks as easy sources of cash, where he can jack up the rent and spend next to nothing on maintenance. He's now selling the parks to a large property management company, and is continuing to price gouge residents on his way out.
My rent has gone up in the 5 years I've been here, just over 7.
As these tenants are being forced to choose between life alert and rent, how do you tell them to wait for the midterms? Even then, even if they did wait for the midterms, even if they voted perfectly, even if everybody in the country voted perfectly, like, do you think their life is going to radically change? Do you think the lives of the entire country are going to radically change? It's an impossibility. People live in this fantasy world where they can somehow get like a DSA member elected in every seat when one, every seat isn't even up for election every year or every 2 years. And two, you're getting outspent. Governor just threw out already cast ballots. We literally just saw the major parts of the Voting Rights Act be stripped in many states. Gerrymandering in predominantly black and brown communities to break up these communities, right, and consolidate power to Republicans. Oh, but yeah, just vote. You can just vote it. You can vote it out. Don't worry. You can vote out these problems. The problem is that we just need to somehow, some way, even if it's completely infeasible, get more Democrats in there and we can solve these issues. But it's so important to note that literally none of this would matter if we were actually legitimately organized. It literally, I cannot describe this enough. It literally would not matter who was in power. If America was organized in the way that it should be, who was in power would not matter. Would not matter at all. Because if they don't do what you want them to do, you shut down the economy. You know what I mean? You make it so that their lives are essentially inoperable. Right? Oh, this politician wants to vote in this way. Oh, well, look, the Amazon union that delivers the packages just decided to somehow go on strike. Isn't that interesting? Now he doesn't get his packages. Oh, it looks like his grocery stores in his area also went on strike too. So now he can't get groceries either because the grocery stores are not closed down. Oh, it turns out all the gas stations are closed because all the gas station employees also went on strike at the same time too. And oh wait, he just decided to vote the correct way? Man, what a good change of heart he made. When you're actually organized and you actually use your power in the way that it's supposed to use or be used, right? Any politician is a Democrat. Every politician is a socialist when you force them to be. Every single politician is a socialist when you force them to be. Every single one. There's a Twitter thread going on a black organization that's still organizing to this day. Here.
8%. There has been no maintenance in this time since
Simple,
I've been
organized
here.
labor base can shut down commerce. Shut commerce down like Iran is doing. Yes. And again, why I'm so upset about this is there is historical context, right? There is historical precedent for this happening, right? For shutting down the roads, for breaking commerce, for not engaging with society, for making things inconvenient. That is the basis of the entirety of the civil rights movement. Did the black population just run for office and hope for the best? Hopefully we'll get a black president and then they can sign in the right for black people to vote. Or did they use their numbers, right? Did they use their massive numbers to put pressure on whoever was already there to force them to act in a certain way? Mobilization versus organization is not just showing up to a protest or voting. It's what you do after every day. Yeah. Is it wrong to say there's low-key historical and present proof of this concept considering the state of the Strait of Hormuz right now? Yes, literally, actually. That's why the chatter said Iran as well. Yes. This is exactly what Iran is doing in the state of Hormuz. And guess what? America is forced to listen. Right? Because that's what it means to have leverage. after the organization of the civil rights movement to force through the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Southern Democrats politicians went to from preaching Jim Crow to appealing to black voters due to the equal voting law, proving the organization forced politicians. Exactly. Right? The entirety of the Southern strategy describes this verbatim. The Democrats being the party of like starting black votes because they decided to actually engage with the black people, to engage with the black vote, shows that like when you have power and you are a part of the masses, politicians will be forced to listen to you because guess what? They want to be elected too because people, including politicians, are also driven by their material conditions, which means they're predictable, which means you can force them to do things because they want to be reelected as politicians. And if they're not, then guess what? You can use your mass power that you've accumulated to get somebody elected if it's necessary. But you're like, oh no, we're just gonna get people elected without doing the actual gathering power part. You know what I mean? Don't worry, guys, it works. We'll get one DSA member elected. Oh, we lost the seats. Oh no. Oh no. Who could have seen this coming? Who could have seen this coming? Love one more lane when it comes to roads.
Everything is pretty much continuously falling apart. The sand in the water. Oh my God. The inside of my dishwasher is 8 months old and it's been sandblasted. I'm wondering just how much I'm ingesting.
We're told that there's nothing wrong with it, and I disagree because I'm drinking sand out of the bottom of the glass.
The water. Tenant unions were his first endorsers and went incredibly hard for him to rise his popularity. His first stop at the inauguration was at a rent strike, and now he's delivering for them over and over. Yeah.
Is anywhere from terrible water quality to not running at all. Power goes out. People have sagging power lines on rotten poles above their homes.
We addressed this with Oakland, and we're essentially told to get over it.
I've lived here for approximately 15 years. The least that I can remember paying on the rent is $375 a month, and now they're trying to get into our pockets for $947.
3 times?
I'm not Daddy Warbucks like the person whom we are trying to negotiate with. I definitely I do feel.
But undeniable organized mass movement requires certain people like Grant Plattner and worse. It requires to be a lot more open-minded and accepting people than we currently are. This is actually incorrect and wrong. It actually required people like Grant Plattner to actually, lower themselves to an apology, to actually engage with the people who have an issue with them. That's actually the case. Because again, I say there's a historical precedent for that too. During the 50s, in the huge labor movement during the 1950s, it wasn't the black workers who got up and left, right, and gave up the labor movement. It was the white workers. It was the white workers who got their crumbs from the capital owners, got their middle management positions, who abandoned the labor movement, as has historically been the case. It's never been marginalized people who've broken up the movement. Marginalized people have never been the records of the movement, ever. That's just not been the case. Let's talk about leaders, talk about normal people. Yeah, I'm talking about normal people as well. I'm also talking about normal people. Do you think that like the black normal people were like, I have an issue with you and I'm gonna leave? Or was it like, again, the normal people, the white workers who got offered the middle management positions at the factories and sold out the black normal people in order to benefit themselves? They are the issue. They are the problem. Not the black people who had an issue with their racism or whatever. Because when push came to shove, right, marginalized people have always sucked it up and dealt with it when it came to build worker power. Always. Think about the Black Panther Party and the Rainbow Coalition, right? They put pressure on the Klansmen to drop the Confederate flag, obviously, right? But they did that outreach, right? They built those bridges. And it was the white workers after that fact that abandon the movement. It's never the marginalized people who are the issue, ever. Historically speaking, I will say. You know, when we don't need to get people elected, when we are unable to continue doing what they're doing because of all the capital owners are screaming bloody murder to give us the concessions that we demand. When he's appeal to Maynard to win, though, I mean, he's already going to win. So, as we want to change the minds, we have to organize on material conditions, organizing on ideology. It's only going to get people who think like us already, people develop their politics in the union. This is also true. Convince me to not vote for him unless he condemns his military service. What do you mean? I've not convinced anybody to not vote for Grant Plattner. Is that that's never what I was saying. I'm saying I'm sure people in the civil rights movement have since disagreements. All I'm saying is that we need to be clear about what this would take. But that's exactly what you're saying. Actually, it's exactly what you're saying. Because you're positioning as it was said. You can't just say like, oh no, I'm just saying like this is just what it would take. You brought up Grant Plattner for a reason, Chatter. Let's be entirely real here.
The financial impact.
I believe that Gary Oakland has spent too much time being a C-suite executive and forgotten that people need a certain amount of money in order to just survive.
If we accept this one, then what comes next? Next month and next month and next month. And the people who are buying our parks will get the impression that they can do whatever they want. They can't. We deserve to be treated like human beings rather than numbers on Gary Oakland's ledger.
That is the point of union, unity. We are more powerful together.
First disagreement is that people know they'll survive when it comes to the field electorally. And they don't care what that that's not an option for me to risk. I think it's partially that, but also just that like I think people think that there's more time than there actually is. You know what I mean? And so like I think it's the same conversation where like people are kind of fine with like people just eating it a little bit. Wow, there's like time for them to build. You know what I mean? Elections happen like, you know, every 2 to 4 years, we'll say, for like the congressional elections and such. And so they're just like, yeah, we just keep slowly keep building worker, you know, or not worker power, slowly building like like the socialists in office, getting them like the, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back. You know, and we just kind of work our way there, and then eventually we'll have enough people where we can make some change. Not understanding that like that's just like not where people are. Right? People need change now. Right? And honestly, people are fed up with the electoral system. They are fed up with the electoral system. They hate it, they don't like it. No one likes engaging with it. If you talk to any normal person and you tell them, hey, I know you have issues. You need to vote for X candidate. No matter who the candidate is, I guarantee you they'll be frustrated by it. They want to see like results, like substantive results, what will change their life materially in the interim. And that comes from like community-driven organizing, right? Not even just unions, right? Not even just tenant unions. It's mutual aid. It's community gardening, right? It's community library. It's community defense and community policing, right? It's community focused and driven politics, right? That's where it comes from. Because you build that from the bottom up. It's not from the top down. It's not trying to get people elected and maybe you change people's lives. It's you change people's lives, right? And then people will get elected from that maybe in the future, if it's still needed, if it's still necessary. Right? But people have this overarching goal of like leftism, right? Socialists, elected, Congress, instead of like what will change people's lives. Instead of looking at their neighbors and looking at their own situations and being like, what would materially change the lives of my coworkers? You know, does any politicians like Zoran to gain power? No, not even. Like that is a benefit. That is like the dessert. politicians like Zoran gaining power is the dessert, right? It's what you do in the interim, right? Maybe while you're doing all of the other stuff, right? But that's an add-on, right? Because theoretically speaking, you don't need politicians like Zoran. It's not necessary. You won't need him to freeze the rents if you have a tenant union that does it for you. You know what I mean? You won't need Zoran to like mandate a higher minimum wage, or like a congressperson or a Congress to mandate a higher minimum wage if you organize with your workers, right? And get a contract boosting your wages up anyway. Does that make sense? And so there is a benefit to people like Zoran Mondani. There is a benefit to politicians, right? But that comes secondary to actually building power through your communities. Because like, Zoran Mondani will never liberate people. No politician will ever liberate people. You feel me? Completely take. I never said we shouldn't organize. You're implying that it's simple and Americans probably are on the same page as far as class consciousness and views. I've never said that. That's literally never what I've said. I want to say that we require working people to work with people who don't like, and I was just saying that it wouldn't. We don't like. That's all I was saying. I wasn't saying not to organize. I'll stop harping on this. I'm just saying that you bringing up Grand Platinum when you did is interesting. Is what I was saying, and definitely made a point. But whatever. This understanding of power from below is like step one of leftism. By the way, I thought it was. Like when you read like books, and the books tell you where power comes from. It's not like coming from like you get a politician elected and then hopefully they help you out. Is the book? Yeah. The fact that I mentioned because everyone hates him, that's it. No, it's you mentioning Grand Planner in the way you did, right? Was it done to undercut what I was saying by implying that like I thought that for some reason it would be easy to organize or something, which is what you said here, which is wrong and dumb. I had never said that. After my entire tirade, you said, and I quote, yada, 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 yada. Where's it at? Oh, to build an undeniable organized mass labor movement, it required accepting people like Grand Planner and worse. It required us to be a lot more open-minded and accepting of people than we currently are. Right. The implication here was that I stood against that, or I didn't believe that. Right. Or I was arguing against that. That's why you brought it up. It wasn't my implication. That's kind of what the implication was. Tennessee in 1907, Jim Crow South, that we were a multi-racial labor movement, and then go, I think that we kind of racist, check-coded white dudes like Karen Platter. I was calling out Chad. Anyway, I want re-engage. That's my point. My point was just that power does not come from electing politicians. This was a long way to say that. My point was like power does not come from electing politicians. That's it. Power does not come, and liberation will not come from electing politicians. And at most you can hope for are stopgaps. Potentially. But I think that it is way more of a focus on than on the left than it should be. Because people think that it will save them. Not saying that it's bad. Right? But politicians and electing like leftist progressive politicians will not like save America. It definitely won't save marginalized people. Right? Because I think it's an impossibility to elect enough politicians in enough time for it to be meaningful in that regard. Power politicians have is from the people. Exactly. It's a very foreign concept for most American leftists and progressive because electoralism is all we know for this, known this century. yeah, and honestly, that's kind of a failing of the left. You know, is that we the fact that we've given people hope only through electoralism is something that we failed at, and we should do better. Again, obviously, I'm not telling you never to vote or don't vote or whatever, right? When elections come, I think you should vote for the most leftist person on your ticket, right? We say that it's one important piece of the puzzle, though, like a yes and. Not really. I think it's sure I'll say it's an important piece that would come at the extent of like if you did the organizing, right? It's like you could either have, it's like if somebody offered you a cake for $10 and a cake and a pie for $10. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, technically you have a cake and a pie for $10 or a cake for $10, but you can have a cake and a pie for $10. You know what I mean? That comes with both. You can have that. Again, you get free politicians when you organize. When you have massive organization apparatus, you get politicians because you can use that to force politicians to act. And how do you resist the state repression of organizations? It destroyed movement throughout the 20th century. That's why there's so little nowadays. No, I mean that exists for electoralism as well, which is why there's none of it functionally. And honestly, it's functionally useless for the most part. Right? But it's still, and I think a big problem is that the left is giving up on it in favor of electoralism. Right? The left has been like, yeah, building organizational power to actually, grow, like, union power, tenant union power, like mutual aid and community focused and driven organization. We're going to focus on electing people or whatever. Right? So like, no wonder it's so low because leftists don't necessarily care about it. Right? Like we saw it like 2 days ago, right? I'm not making this up. You saw like white DSA members spending more time yelling at Chris Smalls for not liking AOC than being upset about the fact that Chris Smalls got arrested doing direct action. Does that make sense? That's my issue. It's that like these like socialist organizations like the DSA have been so electorally focused where if you don't participate in their deification of these politicians, you are not a real like leftist or real ally. So insofar as when you actually do direct action and when you actually do engage with substantive communist and leftist engagement, right? In action, they'll call you a fake and grifter in favor of their favorite politicians. Does that make sense? That's what I'm talking about, right? I would love a world where we could do both. Right? In a perfect world, we could do both. We could split our attention and then get socialists elected and then build up power from the bottom up. I still don't think it would be effective, but whatever. But we don't live in that world. We live in the inverse world where people care more about their personality cults of, their favorite politicians or their favorite, political celebrities in general, not even just politicians. And that's the focus instead of actually, doing work, any work, something work, some kind of work, any kind of work. So I highlight Regard and others of the Afro-Socialist Caucus as much as I can. I don't know. I want people to just think about. That makes sense. I think both are necessary. I just want people to think about just if every single socialist who is running this election cycle got elected, what do you think will change? I want people to be very honest with themselves about that. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think will change? Trains. Do you think there will actually be more trains? Like, actually? Do you think that, there will actually be more trains. They're trying to me correctly what they sent me to the Cavs. I don't think so. I don't. Right? I think that there will be more calls for trains. Right? Not much, maybe less harm done in the short term. I don't even agree with that. Right? I agree with this. There will be more protest votes in the Senate. Slightly. It'll be this. There will be slightly more protest votes in the Senate. That's the realistic answer of what would happen if every single socialist got elected, right? So that maybe the next election cycle, there will be a little bit more, so that there are slightly more protest vote, so that the next election cycle, maybe there will be more trains, right? Or more trains being approved, or more spending for infrastructure being approved, right? That's the reality. And people aren't being honest about that, right? Because it's sad, right? It's sad. It makes people feel bad. But that's the reality. Those people online, leftists online, and hopefully they'll actually participate in furthering local needs, whatever that looks like in voters' localities. But my take is that could happen without those people. You know what I mean? And probably will, and honestly probably should. And so, like, maybe there will be slightly less barriers to organizing. I think that's a part of it, right? But like, I think people have this idea that like we have like this like time so that we can wait and let these politicians cook. You know, because they're gonna get in, and then people will be like, nothing is changing. And they'll be like, let them cook. But like, we don't have time to let them cook, right? We don't have time to let them cook, bro. Honestly, you'll be lucky if you're able to vote next time, if we're being entirely honest. Do you think Stockton's a carpenter left? I mean, yes. Yes. But two, I don't think that's necessarily the problem. I think you can have the most hardened socialists, like, in office. There's just not much that they can do, right? Because I think, not that we've waited too long, per se, but just because I don't see you dismantling the master's house with the master's tools, right? Because if you even try to position and actually doing something meaningful, you're going to get like Jamal Bowman, you know? And the best you can hope is that maybe you get Jamal Bowman back in next time. It's going to be a revolving door of you trying to do good stuff, people outspending and kicking you out, and then the people getting fed up with whoever's in there and then pushing you back in. And then they outspend you and then they kick you out again. You know, and it's going to go. I don't think we should be waiting around in the meantime. I do think people will feel like the only thing they can do is vote and then sit around all year until the next one, and that's the problem. But that's kind of the issue right now, right? Is that like, there's no election happening right now, but we're still talking about elections, right? There was no election happening last year, like no like actual like general election. We were still talking about elections. We're never not talking about elections. It's always the next primary or the next general or preparing for the next primary and preparing for the next general. And there's always more primary debates and always the primary general. You know what I mean? There's always an election. So when people say, like, we vote now and then we'll do stuff afterwards, there's never any afterwards, right? That's my frustration. There's never any afterwards. Because it's always preparing for the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one, right? Like, and it muddies up the waters so much because that's just what the focus becomes. Because people feel like that's liberation. It feels like that's doing something. I almost think it's designed to exhaust energy and resources. Otherwise, I might coalesce behind a successful revolution. Listen, I'm not on that ship yet, but I'm getting closer to joining it. I'm gonna be real. I'm getting close to booking my ticket. Because in RPG terms, more socialist politicians, tanks, create the space for real DPS on the ground to do damage to institutions, supports to help DPS, not prosecuting labor, military, etc. Yeah, but like, how many socialist politicians does that take? And do you think that that's happening this election cycle? Do you think that come next election cycle, that there will be more? And how long does it take to get that to being meaningful? You know what I mean? Look, I just I don't know. I don't know. Do you think the change you want through organizing will lead to violence? No. Actually, I don't. This is actually a good question. Actually, I'm glad you asked it. I don't. I think my path actually leads to the least violence. Right? To be fair, this should have happened decades ago. This should have happened decades ago. But you build up worker power, unions all over the country. Government, bad. Unions decide collectively, general strike, shut down the economy. Government's like, I hate that. They do good stuff. Unions stop striking. Society happens. No violence needed. Right? However, as it currently sits, like, violence. A lot of violence. So much violence. Consistent violence. Just the most violence. Unfettered violence. And we're just not being stopped. It's just not being stopped. If unions are outlawed and general rules like home associations, why wouldn't it lead to violence though? Well, it wouldn't be outlawed. Or if it is outlawed, that's not the only type of organization that's necessary, right? When I say organization, I don't just mean like the structure of a union, right? I mean like community-driven, community-focused, like engagement, right? If they're just like, you can't form a labor union, that's not going to stop organization. That's not a thing, right? That's not going to stop communities from coalescing, right? That's not going to stop collective bargaining. Does that make sense? That's kind of the idea behind. I think people have this kind of skewed perspective of like what organizing looks like. It's not necessarily just like you show up to your job and you sign a unionization cards and you join a union and you become a Teamster. You have a little Teamsters name tag and you walk around as a team. That's not all organizing is, right? All organizing is simply collective power and utilizing and weaponizing collective power for a certain end, right? So what we do see now, though, right? We do see your voting rights being outlawed. You know what I mean? We do see your ability to engage in electoralism being outlawed and nobody stopping it. Right? We're literally going back to like pre-civil rights days. Do you like not you, chatter specifically, but do y'all think that like the fix to that is just more engagement with electoralism? Do you think you're going to elect people to be able to stop that? Because that's not what stopped it the first time, right? That's not what got people the right to vote the first time. That came from organization, right? Not specifically from unions, but from collective power, the civil rights movement. It came from people coalescing in churches, right? People in schools, en masse, right? The rights movement was violent with the violence coming from the state. Exactly. Especially with the black organization on the screen. I believe most of them are in the South, or at least parts of them have been in the South as well. Yeah. And we'll scroll through a few of these. I have to use the bathroom though. It is 2025. It's old. The Michael Rights Grassroots Movement is an organization of Africans in America, New Africans, whose mission is to defend human rights and promote people and self-determination in our community. This is this kind of stuff. This is organization, right? It's not just. Right? And I would say the DSA is like organizing as well to a certain extent, right? these are candidates elected would agree with you too. I'm sure that they would. I just think that there's too much focus on getting people elected. And I don't personally think it's as effective as people think that it is. That's my view. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not saying you can't do it. But I'm saying I don't think it's as effective as people position it as being. You know? He says Ewok committee is amazing. I like Ewok. I just tried to organize trailer homes in the DSA. Yeah, there is good organization happening in the DSA. I think it's too focused electorally when it's like getting people elected. And I think it's too white-centric and focused on like metropolitan areas in city districts. Personally, that's one of my biggest beefs with the DSA. There are people ready to be organized in the South, and they're kind of left to dry, right? And they are kind of met with scorn because they're not like abiding by whatever like weird normality that the DSA sets for its rules, right? That's why Chris Smalls is being thrown out. You know what I mean? Because like this, like yeah, he's not playing by the niceties and the rules of like whatever the DSA sets, so they don't like him. And so black people are kind of just like left out of this dynamic. You know? My saying stupid, but I don't think you realize how right you are. I mean, we should be talking. I mean, I speak from what I see I talk to workers, right? When I speak to workers, this is what they say. As he stands with call Rosa Parks a grifter. To be fair, not all AOC stands, you know? Hashtag not all AOC stands. Some AOC stands are correct in certain instances. But there are some that definitely would call Rosa Parks a grifter. To be fair, there are people who call Rosa Parks a grifter now, currently. Not in the DSA, but like some people call Rosa Parks a grifter because like there's this thing that happens on TikTok where like somebody will find out that like, did y'all know that like Rosa Parks was actually planned? And it's like, yeah, it was a planned piece of organization. It was a piece of direct action that was planned to happen that mirrored a very real situation that also happened. Like, they're like, wow, this was fake. She's a grifter. Like, no. Yeah, her husband had a car. Oh, what's his name, bro? What's his name? Moore. Shamik Moore. You know what I'm talking about. She could have taken a cab. Let's see if I can find it. Shamik Moore, Rosa Parks.
Resources. He went into Rosa Parks, sitting at the front of the bus, right? What we don't know as a black community is that there were his family, Dr. Claude Anderson, had black-owned taxi cabs and black buses that could have been used during that time. You know, now this is something that a lot of people might not want to hear. I should probably have this conversation with an OG, but what I'm getting to with that is if our resources, he went into Rosa Parks.
Oh, this wasn't the full video either. But basically, he went and he said she should have taken a cab. Wait, I covered this actually. My video on this actually did relatively well. Not crazy well, but like relatively well. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, like 8K. 8K is not bad. I can't watch it.
Like, why? I don't know, bro. I don't get it. I would take myself out back and Old Yeller myself, okay?
I'ma fuck you right, first thing in the morning. I'ma kiss you right, kiss you till you moan.
I can't watch this, bro. I feel it affecting my soul. I don't know. Watch it. Yeah, I used to care about my YouTube videos, chat. Here.
There were his family, Dr. Claude Anderson, had black-owned taxi cabs and black buses that could have been used during that time. You know, now this is something that a lot of people might not want to hear. I should probably have this conversation with an OG. But what I'm getting to with that is, if our resources.
Bro, I wanted to see what he was getting into. Do we not have the full video of this? That sucks. Somebody has to have the full video. Oh, okay, thank you.
There's a level of situation. It's levels to what's going on. And again, if people want to riot and be violent and only want to respect the opinions of that mentality, then, you know, I spoke out of turn, and I said I apologize, and I'll apologize again for offending anybody. But I would like, you know, the future of the Black community to be strong and healthy and you know, better than it's ever been. And that's where my heart is in my statement.
Okay.
All right. So there's a level.
Yeah, so he was saying, like, Rosa Parks should have taken a black taxi cab instead of the bus, not understanding that it was a piece of direct action. It was activism, right? I don't remember what my point was, and I have to pee. And I'll be streaming later on today, by the way, on my second channel, playing Magic the Gathering while you pee. Ugh. Okay, right back.
Who needs to read? Who needs to understand the sweep, the arc of history, when you can just go for maximum Marxist shock value?
Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11. In Car's cinematic universe, New York City exists. This is a plane. Also exists in the Car cinematic universe. These are the Twin Towers. Now, also known as the World Trade Center. On September 11, 2001, in the Car cinematic universe, one of the planes hit the towers. Cars 9/11.
And he not only celebrates 9/11, but he mourns the fall of the USSR. Who needs to read? Who needs to understand the sweep, the arc of history, when you can just go for maximum Marxist shock value?
Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11. In Car's cinematic universe, New York City exists. This is a plane. Also exists in the Car cinematic universe. These are the Twin Towers. Now, also known as the World Trade Center. On September 11, 2001, in the Car cinematic universe, one of the planes hit the towers. Cars 9/11.
And he not only celebrates 9/11, but he mourns the fall of the USSR. Who needs to read? Who needs to understand the sweep, the arc of history, when you can just go for maximum Marxist shock value?
Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11. In Car's cinematic universe, New York City exists. This is a plane.
Why is he a doctor?
Who needs to read? Who needs to understand the sweep, the arc of history, when you can just go for maximum Marxist shock value?
Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11. In Car's cinematic universe, New York City exists. This is a plane. Also exists in the Car cinematic universe. These are the Twin Towers. Now, also known...
Can I say I miss this Hassan, bro? All right, I'll say it. Maybe this is glazed. I miss this Hassan. I miss when Hassan did fun stuff. I do miss the fun. It used to be fun. Bring back the fun. You still there? You just have to pull back the this is it all. I know, I'm saying I miss this stuff. He needs to do more of this stuff. This is funny. This is hilarious.
as the World Trade Center. On September 11, 2001, in the Cars cinematic universe, one of the planes hit the towers. Cars 9/11.
Bro, they aired this on TV. Oh, it was real though? I believe it. Let me believe it.
And he not only celebrates 9/11, but he mourns the fall of the USSR. Who needs to
It's
read?
real?
Who needs to
That's
understand
so
the sweep,
funny.
the arc of history?
That is so funny. I'm sorry. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Ugh, that's so funny. Okay. W. That's hilarious. This is what you do when you know Fox News is watching, because you know they can't help themselves. That is good rage bait. That is good rage bait, because you know they can't help themselves. Zoom President Young. I mean, it works. Read the reply. This one. Oh, Daily Pixar Cars Fact 218 and planes. We see that New York City with no twin towers, implying that 9/11 has happened in the Cars universe. This is true. It's true. Wait, also, if this is happening in planes, this was just a guy. This is just a guy. A guy just did it. Because planes are also like sentient like entities. So it was just some dude. Okay, it was two guys. It was just like a set of brothers. just for no reason. Like okay, what? I need the lore. I need Pixar. I need you to explain the lore. I need you to explain the lore, okay? Like, how? What? Like, okay, it's just, the Mark Wahlberg play would have stopped him. True.
Now, in the Cars cinematic universe,
gasoline in cars. Would gasoline be like their water or like their alcohol?
Okay. The fact that
Water?
there are.
What about diesel? Would diesel be their alcohol, or do other people drink diesel?
Are female cars and male cars and also baby cars implies that these cars have a cussy. Which is, of course,
atrocious handwriting, though.
A car and a pussy. Okay? Car plus pussy equals cussy. That's right. I'm going to do it again. Car plus pussy equals pussy. Okay? Now let's talk about Car Universe 9/11.
That's funny. Okay. I won't make you watch any more of the I don't want to talk about this too. Any more of the Shamik War. I think I covered Marjorie Taylor Greene enough. What a long section. We talked about why I don't like electoralism very much. I'll do the Anna Kasparian clip. I also have the Anna Kasparian clip because I did see it. This is Anna Kasparian talking about white race, anti-white racism.
So, for instance, after the George Floyd protests happened and everything, there was this culture of people openly saying some pretty horrific things about, people with light skin.
People with light skin? Anna, what does that mean? What does she mean? Like, just say white? No, because she know it sounds silly, okay? You know it sounds silly. I know it sounds silly, and she knows it sounds silly.
Just open racism against white people. And I know that sounds crazy because historically speaking, white people have been of privilege, right? But we're also living in a country right now where it doesn't matter if you're white, if you're a working class person, you're screwed. And how is it helpful?
This is why I can't stand populism. Anna is perfectly demonstrating why I cannot stand populism specifically.
Now do the reverse of the terrible, bigoted or biased comments that were
Like on anything but viral posting. Yeah, because what is actually grounded in something is materialism, right? Populism is materialism without the actual material basis, which is basically just identity politics for white people. That's all populism is, all right? If populism actually was based in something, it would be materialism, like it is normally described in leftist thought. How people's material reality informs their decision making and their behaviors, and how fixing their material reality will then better inform and change their behaviors. That dialectical materialism, right? Dialectics.
said about other groups of people.
The populism is just white people life not good too. Why nobody talk about white people life not good too? Everybody say black people life no good. Everybody say women life no good. Everybody say trans people life no good. Everybody say brown people life no good. But what about white man life? Nobody think about white man life. White man life not good. And that's kind of all populism ever turns into. Because if you say it about a black person, it turns into identity politics. You say it about a white person, it's populism, you know?
So, for instance, after the George Floyd protests happened and everything, there was this culture of people openly saying some pretty horrific things about, people with light skin. Just open racism against white people. And I know that sounds crazy because historically speaking,
and funnily enough, I'm sorry, if we're going to get into it, other white leftists believe this. We can say Anna's being silly here because she is, but other white leftists do believe this. They just don't, they're smart enough to not say it. But they do believe this. They're like, well, when people say things like words that I will not say because Twitch will ban me for it, it actually divides the working class, and people should not actually say it because it's actually dividing the working class. And honestly, it's almost as bad as saying the N-word in some cases. It's in their brains. Sometimes it slips out in the way that they behave. So play that one Logic song.
people have been of privilege, right? But we're also living in a country right now where it doesn't matter if you're
them?
white.
I mean, I can't name them. I'm describing an archetype of the people you see online.
You are a working class person, you're screwed. And how is it helpful to now do the
it's
reverse?
not as... it's not that far off from what Ryan Grimm was saying about affirmative action, right? Which is Ryan Grimm was saying that affirmative action and DEI, which again are band-aid solutions to try to address slightly the disparity happening in black hiring and black college attendance, were impediments to the working class, and it was good that they were destroyed by a combination of a few Asian people being weaponized by white supremacists against black people in the courts. You know? That's, I think, pretty analogous to what Anna is saying here. You know? So the same type of people that are like, again, not the people who have good criticisms of AOC, but the actual people who are saying that we should rehabilitate Marjorie Taylor Greene are the same people who think that, right? That's your Jenks, that's your Annas, that's your Ryan Grims, right? But it's funny because on the other side of it, there are also people who are like racists who are defending AOC, and those are the people who are coming after Chris Smalls. If you do class analysis in the U.S., it is impossible to ignore race because class lines of the U.S. are built around black people being permanent underclass through slavery, which happens to be now in the prison industrial complex. See that? Yeah, you get it. It doesn't sound so difficult when you say it like that, but some people still don't understand that. It's very simple. It's class and race are so closely intertwined that the material reality of black people are informed by racial dynamics. You can't just ignore race as a concept because that's how you engage with society as a black person and how society engages with you. You know? Is it also about underfunded communities? That's a part of it as well, but underfunded communities are also drawn pretty closely along racial lines, right? Which is why the median black wealth in this country, the entire country, is 1/10 of the median white wealth in this country. There are obviously poor white people, right? And obviously that's not good, but there are like racial lines being drawn when it pertains to who is more likely to be privileged and wealthy, and who's like more likely to be like working class. You know? But these people are like, well, nobody's thinking of the white working class. It's only about the blacks. It's why you kind of see people get so hyper focusing on like the black billionaires, right? People have so much smoke specifically for black billionaires, right? And it's like, true and correct, but like black billionaires, for the most part, are minuscule when compared to like their white counterparts, right? They're not at all representative of their like the size of the population. Like black people are like 13% of the population. Black billionaires do not make up 13% of all billionaires. I'll tell you that much. Right? Not even saying that they should, but they don't. But like you hear about Jay-Z and not Obama. Well, Obama as well. But you hear about Jay-Z and freaking Beyonce and Oprah. This is the concept can't be ignored because it needs to be dismantled. True. Rihanna too. There are a few more, I think. LeBron, that's a good one. It's a good video for some point. Oh. Why brown men think they're black? That does sound interesting. This intrigues me.
Some feathers shall be ruffled today. Mexican, Indian, Persian, Arab, whatever you want to call it. Basically, the middle part of the spectrum of that one Family Guy meme. What do they all have in common? Well, they're brown, and they all love using the N-word. This included my teenage self, embarrassing enough as it is to admit. I think it's important that this conversation remains open, candid, and honest. These kids, and I'm specifically going to be talking about the men who are kids of immigrants, if not immigrants themselves, have grown up in the Western world, a world that's not meant for them. Some of them escaping economic hardship, some of them escaping war, some of them escaping famine. For whatever reason, these families decide...
People think that they're white who can say the N-word. That's interesting. Like, the brown men who say the N-word aren't saying it because they think that they're black, but they're saying it instead because they think that they're white and they can say it. I like that. That's funny. They're like, yo, bro, why are you saying the N-word? You're not black. He's like, yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying it. That's hilarious.
To move into the white man's world.
Also, did y'all see the Speed thing? Speed getting racism in DR, Dominican Republic. And then it opened up a whole can of worms about the Dominican Republic Haitian racism. Like the place for it to happen, no shade. So I won't speak. I won't speak on the islands. Not my place. Not my place. But I've heard things. I've been telling y'all.
In the world, there's the white hegemony, basically making white people the default setting in everything, in movies, TV, any culture. But in every young North American brown man's life comes a pivotal moment when they're sitting in a car, at the barber shop, at the mall, and they pick up a sick beat.
Why does this door just open by itself?
When they're sitting in a car, at the barber shop, at the mall, and they pick up a sick beat. And no, sir, this isn't EDM or country music. What is this? That's when they discover hip hop music, which is not only appealing because it's good music, but because there's someone who is not white at the forefront. I mean, sure there are, but it's not the majority. Listen, bro. For the sake of conversation, let's not talk about Eminem. Most, if not all, of the people in hip hop are black, which for a brown man is pretty inspiring to see. Someone who's not the status quo, who's not just existing, but who is thriving in this white hegemonic world that we live in. Suddenly they're thinking, whoa, this music.
I don't know, Chad. This guy sounds a little bit woke. He's using words like hegemon and stuff.
Relates so much to my personal identity. It's pretty cool, right? Whoa, this music is making me feel stuff I've never felt before. I know, it's pretty great, right? I think I'm black. No, trust me, I can say it. I'm one of them. Black American culture is very attractive to brown people who share similar struggles of trying to fit in the white man's world. Black people, for being here longer, have had more time to carve out their own unique culture. A culture of resilience, of not letting a white person's perspective tell you what your racialized experience is. There's a lot of similarities in the struggle that brown people face that are similar to what black people face, but that's the key thing. It's a similarity. And in this video, I want to talk about how this conflation happens in greater detail. The problem.
Intriguing video. I want to save it for tomorrow. This is a good video though. Good video. I like it. I like it. This video actually does sound very well, what's the word? Not researched, but written. See it again. I'm gonna watch it. Hey, don't watch it without me. Watch it tomorrow. Execute. That's the word. Well executed. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm thinking for. I was looking for that word. Came on my. I'll go and I'm blessed. That it's a good video. So it sounds great so far. But I do have to go though. I will be back later on my second channel playing Magic the Gathering. So if you want to teach me how to play Magic the Gathering, maybe even help me fix my deck, because my deck is kind of mid. Then follow my second channel. We play BDA cards now. And what channel? It's not the black NOTDABLSCK. I don't have this guy spreading Marxist culturism. True. Also, if you want to play against me in Magic, you play limited or constructed. I know what those words mean. I got my friend in Magic though. I think I taught him some of the wrong rules though. I think. So we just got like 2 jumpstart packs. Where's it at? They're downstairs. Basically, you just shuffle them together. You shuffle 2 packs together, and then you play against each other. I beat him like 6 times. It was fun. I enjoyed it. I think they got a bunch of cards. Yes. Well, I did build a deck already. I had a deck and I named it. What I named it? Elves, Cats, and Angels. Oh my. Because it has elves and cats and angels. It wasn't deck 1. It did start as deck 1. Deck 1 was my first deck ever. This instructing deck rules sound so fun. Played Magic the Gathering in the 90s and thinking of returning, so I'll check it out. See how much I've forgotten. You're a furry in the making. Just because, like, is it the cats part? The cats are actually pretty cool, pretty fun. Anyway, you can watch my second channel. It's weird. My second channel, I'm not getting sponsorship offers for my second channel. So I might actually stream on my second channel more, just so I don't have to take any sponsorship on my main channel. Because I do like money, but I don't necessarily like doing sponsorships that much on my main channel. I do have 2 that I will do. But if I can just do my second channel, I can just kind of grind out sponsorships for people who just want to chill over there and play games. I'll just do that. So, there's strong creature types with good synergies if you build correctly. I haven't played Magic the Gathering in a while. Been trying with other stuff. Join us. We're gonna play Magic in the Discord where people teach me how to play. Have you ever played a horror game? No. I hate horror games. It'd be hilarious if you get one more sponsorship of a game that has Gen AI allegations. Hey, don't put that on me, bro. How was I supposed to know? Wait, Foreign's doing a video on ABBA and Preach? But this is me. This is my stream. Oh, got distracted. Sorry. It's all myself. I don't know what Abin Preach did. What was I talking about? I've heard of No, I'm Not Human, technically a horror game, but not really scary. I have not heard of that. The stream is AI? Maybe. Have y'all heard of the game Mixtape? I heard it was a great game. Right, guys? Right? Mixtape? I just saw this one clip. Wow, let's see if I can find the clip. Oh, that's the game with the tongues. This is the clip that I saw. How many statements expect people to react to the game?
This ain't a catastrophe. It's a warning. Daddy, if you trap me here, this will only be the beginnings of my wicked ways. Cause I'm angry and I'm wired and I'm fixing for a whole lot of trouble. If you make me stay here, I'm gonna burn the whole fucking place down.
I just love it when he plays a sponsored game. It's so funny. I don't know what this game is about, but it was just like, what? What is the game about? I don't even. What is it about? It looks like Life is Strange a little bit. Life is Strange, but it says ACAB. She's burning cop cars. I don't know. It's about daddy keeping her there until she burns it all down. You're right. Anyway, I have to go because I'm tired. I'll be back later, maybe, play my game. And I have to plan some stuff. Ugh. Obligations. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts at all? I'm tired. I had to stop yelling at chatters, bro. Not because I don't like doing it, but because it makes me tired. And I have to do a Marvel Rival sponsorship soon. We'll probably do it not tomorrow, but on Wednesday or something. But thank you for watching.